The Toku Roundup is dead. We have evolved. Wanted for disliking Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains, Flutter Guy 98, aka the Gauging Outlaw.
Hello.
Wanted for Googling too many puns and jokes, Sentai Master, aka the Researching Outlaw.
Hello.
Wanted for the murder of QB, YGM, aka the Silent Outlaw.
Hello.
KR36, wanted for impersonating Frank Welker, also known as the Wandering Outlaw.
Howdy.
And finally, there's me. Wanted for having too many unfinished games. It is ideal, but 2016, the Game Master Outlaw. Together, we are no longer the Toku Roundup. Now, we are known as... the Geek Culture Outlaws! Howdy, everybody! Howdy, that's right. We finally have rebranded. Now, before we go any further, we gotta give some massive shout-outs to a few people who, without their help, we would not be able to successfully do this. First of all, a huge shout-out to my dad for making not only the wanted posters for each of us, but also the new logo and such that you see before you. Though granted, the logo will be more of the big skull with the cowboy hat on, but you get the idea. Yeah.
Yep.
Also a humongous thank you and shout out to Hinton and aka trying to find his name, aka Saki here on Discord for their tremendous work on creating our new profile images. Is now, I know many of you are wondering before we start off, why exactly are we doing this? Well, to be fair, this is a long time coming. And we've been drifting away from doing just Toku for a while now, and our friend Crunch suggested that we just rebrand and overhaul the whole channel. Now, we'll go over some of the changes regarding the channel and some of the segments later on. But now it's time for the main reason that we are here, because this is our first video, as the Geek Culture Outlaws. Now, this has been something we've been planning for months, and I knew that we wanted to come back. We needed to do something different. We needed to do something big, grand, and something obscure. Here, I wanted to do a retrospective, but I wasn't sure what I wanted it to be. Then I remembered an old show from my childhood that I still remember to this day. And that show... Oh, and first of all, this is part of our new segment, the Review Rodeo. Yeah, where we basically give a retrospective overview of shows that we have watched. Now, let me be clear when it comes to the show we've watched. We technically...
Time round.
Yeah. Now, let me just clear here. Yes, we technically have not watched this as with members of our server. This is something we did privately to surprise you guys, since we wanted it to be something unexpected. We've been hinting at it, but we made sure not to give it away.
Yeah.
But yeah, that little show from childhood that I was talking about is none other than... Now, real quick, I should also show off something else that's new when it comes to this, how we're doing things in the future. Let me just bring up this, this, and this. Yeah, people, we're now using reactive if when it comes to recording. So you basically will have these cute little avatars down here to tell you when we are here, when we're talking, when we're not. Hot.
Yeah.
And by this point, this is where two of our members are going to vamoose because we just needed them here for the big introduction. And because unfortunately they are not familiar with this.
Right. Well. In the case of one of them, they weren't here for the entirety of the show, and with the other, he's currently indisposed at a prior event, at a prior obligation.
Now he will still be here, but he'll just be muted.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So YGM, in the words of the Signal X, Iteyo! Yes, people. Now, let's quickly start this off by going over the how this came to be. Let's start with the creative team behind this, and this is where Flutter will tell you about that. Flutter.
So for season 1, wait, hold on, give me a sec. I must have accidentally closed the notes. In my defense, it was just to add a couple things. So anyway,
Rebranded, and we're still unprofessional as fuck. It's amazing how something changed and how they never stay the same.
Wait,
yeah,
how something change and something, how some things never change and how things stay the same.
yeah.
Wait,
So who told you that? But yes, season 1 was animated by the Canadian studio Bardell Entertainment, while 4Kids naturally handled the voice acting. Now, before we go over the show itself, we need to actually discuss what the show is actually based on. The
card game.
Trading card game. Yes.
Yes, Chaotic started off as a trading card game for the few of you who did not know. All right. Now, here's the deal, folks. When it comes to how we're going to be doing this, basically, I have this open have images open in another over or in the Windows tab. So I'm going to basically show
tab.
Lee share that photo with you over here. Come on. Okay, let's see right here let's see here. There we go. Right here in the middle. That should do it. All right. So let's start. So yeah. Oh wait, hold on. No, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. I shouldn't be showing. This should be showing in the basics. Okay. All right. Let me just load this up in another tab. There we go. Come on. No, that's not it. That's not it. Come on. There we go. Okay, yeah. All right. So, in Chaotic, there are a few things. First of all, you have your creatures. And when it comes to the creatures, we have a few different tribes, per se. There are also elemental things, but that's not important. And when it comes to the elemental stuff, you have at least your basic 3 elements. You got fire, water, your water, earth, your fire, water, or wind, and earth. Now, when it comes to the tribes, we have at least 4 different types. Well, later 5, but that's not important. Important for now. Anyway,
yeah.
So you have your overworlders, your underworlders, your Mepedians, and your Danians. each one of them references different kind of creature type. Overworld is referencing basic, mythological beasts and such like that. Underworld is representing things like demons, and Mepedians are more lizard or reptilian-like, while Danians are bugs. Bugs. As you can see, you've got different kind of. As you see, you've got these symbols over here on the cards. You've got wisdom. You've got wisdom. This is your white one with an eye. You got your courage. That's the check mark you see there. Here, you got your speed, which is obvious. And of course, you've got, I believe, agility is the green one.
Give me a sec.
Yeah. Okay. Now then, and what you do in the game is you have at least 3 different kinds of battles. You got your 1-on-1s. You've got your 3-on-3s, or your 6-on-6s. Yes.
Think of the battles. The types of battles akin to the battles you'd see in Pokemon.
Basically, you gotta knock down all the you gotta beat all the creatures to win. Just to win. Now, in addition to the creatures, you've got other things. Because creatures can be equipped with battle gear. These give extra stats to your creatures. This can include increased fire your attacks, increased health, among a few other things.
Yep.
These will remain on your creature unless the card says otherwise throughout the entirety of the battle, or if the creature itself is destroyed. Now then, of course, you've got your locations. These basically determine what and where you battle. And this whole thing is certain locations have their own perks and abilities. For example, Iron Pillar. Let me quickly zoom in on it because people are having difficulty seeing it. Let's just zoom in a little bit. There we go, right there. Yeah, see right there? Battle gear loses all abilities. That means if you're fighting against a location, your creature's battle gear is worthless. There are a few others, but that's neither here nor there. Now then, I've mentioned how you take down creatures, but the question is, how do you do it? Answer simple. Attack cards. These basically are what help you deal damage to your creatures. This can include, of course, there are different attributes to the attacks, and essentially, if your creature is of the element that uses this attack, it gains an additional power boost. Like, for example, normally, Flame Orb can let you deals 5 damage, but if your creature is also has a power... Oh, my bad. It was power that was Lightning Bolt. No, Speed was the green one. My bad. But yeah.
Anyway.
Power. If your creature has a power of 75, the attack can deal 10 damage. Now, one might ask a simple question, and when it comes to this, what makes this different from all other card games? Well, we're getting to that, but we got to go through another mechanic when it comes to chaotic, and this is the most unique out of all of them. Now, you might have noticed. I'm sorry. I showed that one. That was not supposed to be it. Okay. Now, you might have noticed with some of these characters that we've got a number here inside of a hexagon shape. You might be wondering, what the fuck's that? Why, it's very simple. Old children, let me show you. Okay, where are you? Okay, let me see. Where is it? No, that's not it. As you can see, folks, we're still trying to work out the bugs with this.
Yeah, work with the kinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Aha! There we go. All right, yeah. Okay, now, let's talk about these little things here. These are called music. No, not magic, music. I sense I've confused some of you. So here's the deal. Music is a portmanteau of magic and music. The reason being, when you basically activate the music, it plays a tone of music. There's all sorts of different ones. We'll get to that. Now, there are a grand total of 5 different types of music. And I'm sorry, 6 different types of music. Now, I sense that I've confused some of you since I said earlier, wait, there's only 4 or 5 tribes. How can there be 5 types of music? Why, that's very simple. Let me explain. So you have several different types of So you have these different types of music. You have generic music. This can be used by any creature at all, regardless of their tribe type. Right.
Yeah.
Then, of course, with the tribes, we have different kind of music that also is specified to that tribe. Like, for example, only overworlders can use the Song of Resurgence. And also only underworlders can activate the Song of Fury.
Yep.
Fury. There's also the Melody of Mirage. This is for the Mepedians, and also the Swarm Song. This is going to be used it's only used by Danians. Now, the thing is, not all music. Now, the thing is, every music has a cost to it. You might notice all of the ones we have here only cost 1. See, some can cost more than 1. From 2, even 3. 3 when it comes to music costs. I think the maximum was 3 when it comes to music costs. I can't remember for sure, but
Yeah, it was 3.
okay,
Yeah,
good. I didn't want to look like a liar. Okay. Now, let's also talk about another. Now, let's talk about something important when it comes to the world of chaotic, the lore. Or we'll go further into this when we cover something else. But these are important to know when it comes to chaotic itself. Because each tribe has its own group of leaders. Let me just quickly grab this. Let's see here. All right, and are you? No, that's not it. Come on. All right, let's see here. This is proving to be extra difficult, folks. We're trying here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rome wasn't built in a day after all.
Yeah. Okay. Come on. Why aren't you working?
Let me guess, the image isn't actually loading.
I'm trying to have it share, but it won't show up in the window.
Weird.
Okay. Come on. Okay, come on, work with me here. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Okay. Hey. Plan B. Let me quickly, All right. All right, now let me quickly squeeze this down to the size, and also I'll zoom in on it. Aha! All right, there we go. Okay. All right, so let's start with the param leaders. This is. Oh no, wait, hold on. There's a better way of doing this. Give me you fucking sec. Yes. Okay, let's try this again. Window capture. That's what I need.
Yeah.
There we go. And we'll just shrink this down to size just a little bit. All right. Yeah. All right. So let's start talking about the leaders of the tribe. Which, by the way, the world of chaotic is known as Param. Again, we'll talk more about that later. Okay.
As we go over the series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is Maxor, leader of the overworlders. As you can see, he's got his own stats and such like that, and he can cast, and he has 2 music slots. Then we have the ruler of the underworlders, Kaor, or who who not only has 3 music slots, you can sacrifice those 3 to dispel a overworld music or an ability that targets Kaor. Or then we have Odu Bathax, which first of all, hi Oliver Weinman, and thank you again for the plug.
Yep.
Now, the thing is, technically, he's not the leader of the Danians, but he is usually, in most cases, used as the person who, represents them. There is a Hive Queen, but she doesn't really play it. She's not usually as active. It's more Odu Bathax who does all the heavy lifting.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, we have Prince Mudinu, leader of the Mepedians. Yes. Oh, and by the way, Mepedians have a special ability called invisibility, where basically they can get an extra sneak attack on creatures.
Yep. They like kind of Yelja, sort of.
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of. Now, I know what one might ask when it comes to chaotic. Heck, this sounds pretty simple, but how does this stand out from other card games and such? Well, here's the thing. Normally it doesn't. But that's where the series comes in. And let me quickly bring up and what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to bring up an image of the series as well. Let's see here. Now you see the other thing.
Weird.
Okay. Okay. Hey, hold on. It's not turning out as well as I hoped it would.
Yeah, at least we're trying.
Yes, we are. let's see here. All right. Just going to leave Mudinu over here while I try and work the damn thing. Aha! There you are. Oh, jeez, that takes way too long. Okay. All right. So. All right. So. Let's start by talking about season and 1 of Chaotic. And
which, like I said, was animated by the Canadian studio Bardell Entertainment, while 4Kids handled the voice acting.
yes.
Some of the voice actors include Jason Griffith.
Let's talk about when we talk about the characters.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Now the thing is, each character is also more specializes in a certain tribe. Right. Now to be fair, that doesn't mean they're always against the idea of using other tribes in their decks, but it's more of a case of they prefer her playing with this tribe. Right. Anyway, all right. So let's start off with our main character, her Tom Majors, aka Major Tom.
Voiced by Jason Griffith.
Yes, as in fucking in Sonic the Hedgehog, Jason Griffith.
And yes, you heard DL right. His name and his chaotic handle are based off of the David Bowie song of the same name.
Really? I
Yes.
had no idea. That is so fascinating. So, Tom is pretty much the Wonder Bread protagonist.
Of the fictional astronaut from the David Bowie song Space Oddity. Mistake.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So the thing is, Tom is pretty much the Wonder Bread protagonist. Now, yes. Now he basically. Now the thing. Now I should probably explain the whole thing of how it is that the series makes the card game stand out. So here's the thing: in the series, you don't just control the creatures; you become the creatures.
Yes, because when you actually because the characters themselves actually use an item called the Chaotic Code Scanner, and actually are transported to the world through that scanner to the world to Param themselves.
Well, I should probably explain that also. Which let me quickly bring up an image of the scanner itself. Where are you? You come here. Aha! There we are. Right. That is a code scanner for chaotic. Which shout out to the 3D to a 3D artist who managed to capture the likeness of this in the show, because otherwise we were forced to use a crappy little JPEG of it from the wiki.
Yeah.
Which we'd very much not like to do.
Yeah. So the scanner not only works as what you use to hold your cards, but it also lets you scan creatures and pair them. You can only hold one scan per hand in the whole thing at a time. If you want to scan a piece of battle gear or a location or anything like that, you gotta basically go back to Act 2 to the port in Chaotic, where basically everyone goes to play the game. Basically transfer that to your deck and basically go back to Param. Now then, let's get back to Tom real quick. Where is that image? There it is. Now let me quickly change it back. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Tom is the one protagonist, and he also specializes in overworlders. Or, or
His main creature being Maxor.
who remember earlier is the leader of the overworlders. Now, one thing we have to make clear when it comes to the world of chaotic, for the most part, no real tribe is evil per se. Now, granted, some do antagonistic things, and there are some cases where they're flat out douchebags. But the only the only tribe that really is more antagonistic in most cases are the underworlders.
Yeah.
Like, even the overworlders can do malicious things. Hell, in some episodes, they are the antagonists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, Tom finds out about the whole thing with Chaotic thanks to his best friend, Kaz, aka Kaor.
Voiced by Darren Dunstan, who was also the voice director of the series.
Okay, Kaz is Tom's best friend, and is basically his confidant when it comes to certain things.
And at various times, he informs Tom and some of the other characters of a lot of the inner workings of Param and Chaotic as from a mechanical sense.
Yeah. Now, the whole thing with Chaotic, how it works is this. Damn it, stop that. We'll get to you later, Peyton. Anyway. Alright, so, the way it works in Chaotic is simple. You start off in the real world and you just play a bunch of the card game. But the thing is, when you reach a certain criteria and win a certain number of matches, you get a code to basically use the scanner to transport to the world of Chaotic and play the game for real. Now, the way this works is a little bit complicated. Basically, there's this weird thing where your mind is transferred to a different to the realm of Chaotic itself, while your actual body in the real world still does shit. Don't worry about it. It's complicated as shit. It's not important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, as the series goes on, Tom and Kaz make a few friends. First, there is Peyton, or as he's known as the Peytonic Master.
He's essentially your standard comedic relief character.
Now, granted, he still does contribute to the plot, but he mostly provides the comedic relief. And he's voiced by
Mark Thompson.
Yes, as in Duke Devlin, Mark Thompson.
Yeah, like we said, due to the fact that 4Kids handled the voice acting here, expect a lot of overlap with Yu-Gi-Oh! With talent from that they employed for Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering that both series were airing at the same time. In fact, at the time Chaotic was airing, GX had recently started. The dub of GX had recently started.
Well, that's why you got certain voice actors like Lee Weinman being the voice of Odu Bath-X.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
X. Oh, and by the way, did we mention that Maxor is voiced by Sean Schemmel?
By Sean Schemmel, yes.
As in motherfucking Goku, Sean Schemmel.
Yep.
And the funny thing is that Maxor pretty much has the Vegeta hair.
Yeah.
I would say Super Saiyan Goku hair, but
No. I'd say more Vegeta hair due to the fact that it's so slicked.
yeah, fair enough.
Up in the form of a widow's peak. Yeah.
Yeah. Peyton specializes in Mepedians. Oh, and by the way, the thing about Kaz has his go-to creature is Kaor.
Who is also voiced by Mark Thompson. Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing about this series. Several of the talent employed as part of the voice cast voice more than one character.
Yeah. So, Any and yes, and yes, and here's the thing you need to realize: in Param, Kaor and or Maxor are bitter rivals because they're from warring tribes. So, yeah, the fact that the two best friends who use them are best buddies is supposed to be a bit of irony.
Think of them like Optimus and Megatron.
Kinda,
Kind.
sorta, orta. Except we don't have a cool prequel movie that sadly is not getting any fucking sequel and got neglected by Hasbro. Thanks for that, by the way, guys. No, I'm not bitter. Why do you ask?
Anyway,
but yeah, okay. Now Peyton doesn't have any signature creatures that he or that he likes to use. He usually just plays around whatever.
Yeah, he's very much a jack of all trades in that regard.
And the same goes for the last member of the recurring good guy cast, that being Sarah, aka Chaotic Queen.
Voiced by Rebecca Solar.
Sarah, as you can probably guess, specializes in Danians. Now, the thing is a lot of the in most cases, several of the good guy cast have what can only be described as representatives when it comes to the tribes. Now, the thing is, Tom and Peyton, they pretty much later on they just become like friends with everybody, so they can just go to whomever they need to when it comes to supplying them with new battle gear, creatures, and such like that.
They're very much social butterflies in that regard.
However, that's not the case with Kaz and Sarah. So Kaz basically gets a little extra help in the form of the creature known as Hearing. Right? He's a member of the underworld tribe, and he's pretty much the little mascot guy who also is, well, the runt of the litter. He doesn't do much, but he's very much an information broker.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one that Kaz goes to for all sorts of information. And now later on, Kaz will become friends with Kaor, but for the most part, he always goes to Hearing for new scans and such like that.
Yeah.
Then we have the informant that Sarah goes for the Danians, Wama. Think of Wama like, well, think of him like Jabba the Hutt kind of. He's untrustworthy, but he gets you information when needed. Yep. Wama is very much a slime ball who constantly does shit for extra pay. Hey, he took a liking to Sarah since he sees her as a kindred spirit. Yeah, due to the fact that Sarah has her own mischievous side to her. Now then, we should probably go over. Now then, let's go over a few creatures who have significance when it comes to the story in season 1. The first and most important one who will continue to play a big part in the events of this and to the series is hang. Damn it. Stop it. That's not the slideshow.
Whoops. That's a mistake.
There we go. Okay. All right. Okay, we're back. All right. Now then. The most important one who will play a continued and recurring part throughout the series is come on. Show up. Come on. Work with me here. There you are. Yeah, okay. This is not... Oh, God damn it. Come on. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right. This is Najarin. He is a spellcaster, and pretty much think of him like Gandalf in this, all in the series.
Yep.
He's very much the wise old sage. Whenever you have a problem and such when it comes to stuff in chaotic, he's always the one. In Param, he's the one you go to.
But for a majority of season 1, there was an arc involving him that has to deal with the fact that he is extremely obstinate to the concept of working with the main cast.
Mainly, he is not a fan of chaotic players. He finds them to be a nuisance, and honestly, Lee at times is very much senile. It isn't until later in the series where he will grow to trust the main cast, in particular Tom.
Yep.
But we'll talk more specifics about that later. Okay, let me just... Now, the other creature that is of importance is interest. And yes, for those of you who are noticing, yes, she is a cat girl. Furries go nuts. Anyway, the point is, interest is not only the strongest female character in the series, but she is also Maxor's confidant. Pretty much acting as his second in command. And whenever he needs advice, he always goes to interest for counsel. Oh. They're also best friends as well, so that's beside the point. Anyway.
They are, yeah.
Now, there is another character that I'm not mentioning yet because it's more relevant to when we talk about the episodes of the show itself.
Yeah.
Now then, let's go to... Yes, there we are. All right. Now, let's talk about... Now, of course, every series has to have its own villains. And we have at least 2 sets of those. We have 2 different kinds. We have those who are oh, God damn it, I messed up the slideshow again. We're professionals, really. Okay, there we go. Gotta stop doing that. Anyway, all right. Let's talk about the antagonist. Let's start with Clay, aka Chaotic. Yes, he's one of those characters.
He's extreme. Wait.
Let's first talk about how his voice actor.
Yeah.
Voiced by. Give me a sec.
Question though, didn't Clay have like a second voice actor or no?
No, I think he only had one.
Okay.
Here we are. Gary Mack.
Gary Mack, thank you. Clay is, well, first of all, he's Australian, or Cockney or whatever.
Yeah.
We'll just call him a Jack.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He speaks with an accent, and it's usually Cockney.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Clay is a slimeball to the highest degree. He will do whatever it takes and take whatever shortcuts he can if it means getting ahead of others. This includes deception and even to the point of outright attempted murder. We'll get to that later.
We'll get to that.
Yes. He's that selfish and self-centered.
Yes. Now then, and unfortunately, Clay is not alone, as he has a confidant in the form of... Now, also, a thing with Clay is he doesn't have a signature creature, but he does have a preference for underworlders due to how much he relates to them being scumbags most of the time.
Also, another thing that Kay and his
Clay.
Clay.
that Clay, my mistake. Another thing that Clay also tries to do is attempt to scam new players out of their cards.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. The kind that basically likes to do shit like that. Even if it is insignificant, he does it to be a dick.
Think of him like a Australian Weevil Underwood.
Huh.
Yeah.
That actually fits. Anyway,
It does.
now we have Christella, who his confidant, voiced by
Meredith Zeitlin.
I don't remember what her screen name is. Did she even have one?
No.
Huh. Well, anyway, Christella is pretty much a bitch. A bitch. Hell, one of her specialties is actually eavesdropping on players in order to gain an edge on a match due to the fact that they know the player's strategies.
Yeah, listening in on them strategizing before them, though stopping just short of cheating. Also, Clay does actually have a preference.
Yes, but we're about to get to that because we have one of our recurring antagonists when it comes to season 1, a character who never, in any way whatsoever, is depicted as being a good guy. Enter Lord Von Bloot,
aka the Screamer of Chaotic.
who is he voiced by? Flutter?
David Zen Mansley, who most of you may know as the voice of Bishop in TMNT 2003, among many other characters.
Oh, I didn't know he was a voice bishop. That's cool. Anyway, but Lord Von Bloot is one of the recurring creature antagonists when it comes to chaotic. He is underhanded. He is sneaky, and more importantly, he does not play nice with others. Now, here's the thing: a recurring thing when it comes to Von Bloot is the fact that he has a constant pissing match with Taor, due to the fact that they both rule sections of the underworld, and Von Bloot doesn't like to share.
Yeah, much like Clay, he is very selfish.
Which by the way, this is one of Clay's go-to creatures that he likes to play in the game. Abe, wow, what do you know? Oh, birds of a feather flock together.
Exactly. Also, not one of he is his major preference when it comes to his cards.
Right. Now that we've gone over the villains for season 1, we should probably go over one of the aspects when it comes to animation, which the
animation quality in season 1 is very lackluster.
Okay. Let me see if I can find. I know I. There you are. Okay. Now, we need to talk in particular about design of one creature from the first episode. Which I believe is called Welcome to Chaotic?
Yes, it is.
The first 2 episodes are called that since the
right. Of course.
Since the series starts. 2-parter.
Yes. Okay. Now then. Alright, yeah. Now, for the record, this is supposed to be Maxor in the first episode. And you'll notice his design is a little off. Like, he looks like his hair makes him look like a bad cosplay of Super Saiyan and 4 Goku. Ew.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ew. And not only that, he looks, well, puny. Like, seriously, this is the guy that's the leader of the Overworlders? Give me a break. Anyway.
When he honestly shouldn't.
Now, thankfully, in later episodes, he would look more like this. Yes, and for the guys, I'm going to quickly show examples of the two designs, so they can truly understand the difference between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, look at that.
Jesus.
Yeah. He looks like the first design looks like Maxlor's puny cousin.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah?
I
It
can
looks
very
like he
much
never
see that.
exercised in a day of his. He never like exercised a day in his life.
Meanwhile, the new one looks like he fucking hits the gym every fucking day. Jesus, look at those muscles.
Welcome to the gun
Anyway.
show.
Anyway.
But yeah, but yeah, that's and then we also have Kaor, who has a very interesting design when it comes to season 1, and it's not too good.
No.
Yeah.
I question why he has the built-in goatee, but hey, he's the leader of the world. He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're mainly focusing on these two to give you an idea of what the animation is like. Now, to be fair, the animation is not like, oh my god, terrible per se. It's watchable.
It isn't. Yeah, it isn't terrible to the point that it makes the show unwatchable.
All right, so let's start going over the season episode by episode. Starting with, of course, Welcome to Chaotic. It's your basic episode. We get introduced to
Basic premiere.
It's your basic premiere. The only thing is the fact that Payne does not appear until episode 3. Expect the unexpected.
Oh, it's just unexpected.
Oh, unexpected.
Yeah.
In fact, let me bring up the episode list myself so I can go over each one bit by bit. Okay. Now the thing is, a lot of these episodes are very basic at the start. It's not until we hit the two-parters where we actually start getting some legitimately good episodes.
Yeah.
Anyway, but episode 3 is what truly brings the cast together. Then there is episode 4. Over, Under, Rent, Asunder. This is an episode where Kaz holds a quote-unquote undefeatable player known as Herculeon. Yeah, a lot of chaotic players have names like that. Just go with it. Essentially, what we do. Now, the thing is, this episode is somewhat filler, but somewhat not, because we also get some history about Param and why it is the Overworlders and the Underworlders hate each other. Now, the thing you need to realize is the fact that the history in Param can be a little bit weird, because the thing is, like I said before, no tribe is really the villain per se. It's more what the other tribe thinks of the other. For example, there's this MacGuffin called the Kothika. We don't learn what it is, but we know it's like super fucking powerful and every tribe wants it.
And yes, if you pay attention closely to how it's spelled, it's just an anagram of the title of the show and the name of the game.
Irony. But yeah. Then there's episode 5, Crash Course. This is just an episode where Clay battles Kaz for the first time with battle gear. Basic stuff. It's your first encounter with the two of them after the thing is, In the episode Welcome to Chaotic, Clay at one point tried to get rid of Tom by basically tricking him into going to harem and getting himself killed. Yeah, like we said, Clay's a bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, did I say we belong to what? I meant darts.
Now, then we have episode 6, The Thing About Bodil. Now, this actually gives us our first spotlight episode where we specifically focus on one character. This being the weapons and keeper known as Bodil, keeper of the weapons for the overworlders. Bodil is very puny, and he's basically looked down upon by others. But the only reason people respect him is to the fact that he's the one who knows where all the weapons are. So when people consider even and the idea of making fun of him, they remember that Bodil literally has weapons that can kick their asses, so that shuts them up quickly.
Not only that, he can also be a snarky son of a bitch.
Oh Lord,
Yeah,
yes.
that's true.
This guy has snark for days.
Oh,
So
most definitely.
So who's his voice though?
Hold on. Give me a sec. Let me open the wiki page on mobile, since that's what I'm currently using at the moment. Okay, chaotic game, Wikipedia. There we go. Animated series. Characters. Rather principal voice actors. Bodil. Fuck, for whatever reason, doesn't actually list his voice. Give me a sec. Bodil, chaotic, voice actor. Stuart Zagnut.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah. Now, the thing is, what Bodil lacks when it comes to strength, he makes up for in intelligence. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. In fact, when it comes to certain areas of the overworld, he not only built in secret passageways, but he knows those secret passageways like the back of his hand. And so, yeah, he's not someone you want to fuck with.
No.
Bodil basically proposes to Tom a challenge. He will give him a rare piece of battle gear if Tom can win a match with Bodil on his team. Now, at first, Tom looks like Tom's gonna win without even using Bodil. But then his opponent manages to get the upper hand, and it comes down to only his opponent's last creature and Bodil. And that's when we learn about the fact that Bodil knows all sorts of secret passages and also booby traps. And using that knowledge, he actually manages to win. Now, Bodil doesn't believe him, but we as the audience know about that fact.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have episode. Oh no! Wait, hold on. These damn things are out of order. Fucking hell.
Okay, that's weird, because when I was looking, they were in the proper order.
All right.
Must be the specific episode list you're using.
I'm looking at the one from the wiki.
Oh, on the actual chaotic wiki?
Oh, wait, I see here. They were aired to they're different air orders in different states. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Okay, so episode 7 is called Bugging Out. What happens is that Sarah gets herself captured by the Danians. Now, there's not really much to say about this one, but does give us the introduction to Odu Basax. Now, here's the thing. Ollie Weinman makes fun of the fact that he voiced this character in The Plug, but Odu Basax is kind of an absolute badass.
Despite his penchant to be very idiotic.
Odu Basax can be a little bit stupid at times, but this dude is also a drill sergeant as well. well, he runs the Danian hive like a goddamn military force, and he tries to never slouch in his duties.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: what he lacks in intelligence, he makes up for with battle experience. Like if you send someone if you need someone to go into a battle to fight for you, you send Odu Basax to lead the charge.
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah.
No, there's a reason the Queen relies on him so much. Now then, and next up is Everything is in Flux, which is honestly one of the weaker episodes of the bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, this one is no wait, I'm thinking of the wrong one. That one comes later.
Oh right, yeah.
This is the first time that Tom has a fight with Clay. This is the first time that also Christella uses her eavesdropping abilities to basically give Clay a one-up on Tom.
And a slight advantage on Tom, yeah.
Now, at first, it doesn't. First, Tom is getting his ass kicked, but then later he uses a location that we've already talked about that helps him win the fight, because what he does is it equips Magmon, his creature Magmon, with a battle gear called the Flux Bauble. Basically, the Flux Bauble, when equipped to a creature, allows them to change the location to the next location in their deck.
Yeah.
Which, mind you, you need 10 locations in your deck, but Clay, being the bastard that he is, made all the locations the Lava Pond, a place where fire creatures are at their strongest.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Now, thankfully, Tom manages to win by having a location, using a location, and that we've already talked about, Iron Pillar, which, as we discussed earlier, nullifies battle gear. So, using this, Tom manages to win the match against Clay. And then afterwards, Clay and Christella decide to basically work together from now on. Now then, let's talk about the first two-parter of the series, episodes 9 and 10, Castle Boldrin or Bust. This is something you'll come to realize when it comes to chaotic. A lot of the best episodes are the two-parters because they really get to flesh out things and you can tell good, complicated stories.
And also tackle issues that you don't necessarily see animated series tend to tackle.
Yeah. Now then, and the episode starts off with a kid in a wheelchair. The episode starts off with the gang recovering a code scanner from the overworld or Fractal's nest. Fractal's not important, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
How did he the minor character? But the point is, they recovered a scanner from Reggie, and they want to try and return it. They later find out.
That is the name of the character who gets focused in this who is focused on in this two-parter.
Now the thing is, they managed to contact Reggie in the real world because clearly the one in Chaotic has gone missing. And when they basically managed to finally find Reggie and talk to him, that's exactly what happened. And his Chaotic self managed to disappear, and he was never able to find out what happened. The other thing you need to realize, unless your Chaotic self reconnects with your human world self, well, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Also, another thing we need to mention when it comes to Param, it is a risk versus reward situation with that place.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Here's something you people all need to realize is in Param, when you are doing all this stuff, chasing creatures and earthen battle gear, you are not immune to damage.
No,
It.
no.
In fact, your very
Yeah.
life is in danger.
Is consistently in danger. Yeah.
If you, if
I'm
you,
in danger.
in fact, if you are not careful, you could even get yourself killed. Granted,
Mm-hmm.
that never happens in the series, but they make it very clear it is a possibility.
Yep.
Yeah, they make it very clear that it's part of the danger of traversing the world just as you are.
Yeah, traversing the world in Param is a risky adventure, and the worst part is if you're not careful, your life is forfeit.
Oh yeah.
Now, so Reggie basically asks um, and Kaz to help him. But yeah, yeah. The thing is, though, they don't really know specifically where his Reggie's chaotic self is, but they do have a lead. Reggie says the last place he heard himself wanting to go to was Castle Bodrin. A location in the overworld.
Hmm?
World. Tom and Kaz unfortunately don't have a Castle Bodrin scan, but what they do, and however, there is someone in Chaotic that does. Tom basically challenges the player to a match, and if he wins, he'll get his Castle Bodrin scan. And for the first time, he doesn't. Tom loses. And the
Yeah,
worst part is he put his Maxor scan on the line for the match. So, yes, Tom has lost his signature creature now. And this is something that will not be resolved next episode. No. This is a continuing issue throughout season 1 that will continue to be addressed.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Now, thankfully, the challenger her does find out. I can't remember what the challenger's name, but it's not important. And
yeah, really.
Wait, here we go. Bruiser 33. That's what his name was. Bruiser basically, in an act of pity, decides to give Tom the Castle Bodrin scan when he finds out that Reggie is lost. Since the thing is Reggie won the Castle Bodrin scan by beating Bruiser.
Yeah.
So Bruiser, in an act of pity as well as kindness, gives Kaz and Tom the Castle Bodrin scan. And now, the first part isn't really as important. It's the second part that is. What happens is that Tom and Kaz eventually go. Tom and Kaz go to Castle Bodrin to try and find out where Reggie is. Only to find out that Reggie is no longer there. But he was a captive there. What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. The bird that kidnapped that had the scan was Dractyl. Not Frapto. Frapto was the other bird character that shows up. So what happens is they enter the castle only to be captured by Frapto and put into the dungeon. And then that's when Tom comes face to face with his idol. The very creature whose skin he lost last episode. Maxor. And, well, he's not exactly everything that Maxor hoped he would, as Maxor immediately accuses the two of them of being thieves and being in cahoots with Reggie. See, Reggie, he basically tried to con Frapto out of a scan, because as Reggie happened to have a map to the Kothica. Yeah, remember that thing? It's gonna be a thing that constantly leave the other creatures in pair. It's gonna be a MacGuffin that the creatures the parents are after like a block of cheese to mice. Anyway, The thing is, Reggie, however, decided to trick Frafto by essentially only giving him half of the map. He later wandered into Papedian territory and was never seen again.
Yeah.
Now the thing
Yeah.
is, Mudinu now has Reggie, and he wants the other half of the map. So basically, Mudinu wants an exchange: Reggie's life for the other half of the map. Now, Maxor at first thinks nothing of this. They're humans. Why should he care? But Tom basically begs him to do so because of the fact that it's an innocent life.
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, Reggie did trick Frafto. He wasn't being malicious.
No.
Well, somewhat. He was basically just trying to get out and get out. Now, eventually,
Yeah.
by the end of the episode, Maxor does warm up to Tom, and Reggie is basically returned safely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and by the way, one thing we need to mention: in the world of chaotic, your body is completely fine. So, if, say, for example, your Earth self is bound to a wheelchair, you can walk perfectly in the world of chaotic.
Same with like in like Spy Kids 3 with the grandfather.
Right, with the literal, right. But now the thing is,
Yeah.
after the whole thing, Reggie basically offered one card of their choice from his deck if they helped him. However, Tom and Kaz choose not to, because they wanted to be at his best when they eventually face him in chaotic. Spoilers, they never do, and it never. Unfortunately, but the thing is, Reggie basically does offer her to give Tom his Maxor or scan, but Tom refuses. He wants to eventually get it back on his own, and I'll try and do fine without it for the time being. Now this plot point is dropped for at least.
And back.
Now this plot point is dropped for about 3 episodes, so we'll get back to it later. Then we go to episode 11, which is also technically a world-building episode when it comes to the world of Param, Lord of Treachery. This is the debut of Lord Von Blut. What happens is that Hearing is brought Kaz to meet his personal hero, Kaor. Now, Kaor at first thinks nothing of Kaz. But the thing is, he realizes that he can use Kaz in some way. In this case, he decides to use Kaz as a way of gathering information. And here's the deal. We learned that essentially, Kaor plans to basically make negotiation deals with Von Blut to basically form a treaty. Now, the thing is, Kaor has never been to the fortress that Lord Von Blut calls home, Gothos Tower. So Kaor basically asks him to battle someone in Chaotic who uses his Von Blut, learn their strategy and how Gothos Tower works, and then come back to him with the information. It's honestly a genius plan.
It really is, yeah.
We learned thanks to a battle, to a match that he has with a player known as Matt, that Gothos Tower gives Lord Von Blut a nasty little ability, invisibility. While in the tower, where Von Blut is completely invisible. Now this is also in the previous episode. So we learned about a specific piece of battle gear, one that is crucial to any creature's fight against Papedians or invisible creatures in general. The spectral scanner, which Trying to make sure I got the name right. Yes, Oh, no. Spectral Viewer. Spectral Viewer. That's what it was. Yeah. Now, the thing is, Spectral Viewer is what allows creatures to see invisible enemies. They can be either Repetians or Lord Von Bloot in this case. Now, here's the thing you also need to realize. Spectral Viewers also have a neat little trick. Essentially, the thing is, Spectral Viewers can be given to not only any creature, but any creature can use a Spectral Viewer in addition to another piece of battle gear. Basically, it's a freebie.
Yep. Yeah.
Now, the thing is, at first it doesn't. At first, things seem to be going right, but then, and we find out that Matt was actually working with Von Bloot and intentionally gave Kaz as misinformation. And however, KR outright planned for this and still manages to win the fight when Von Bloot, of course, tries to betray him.
Yep.
One must ask why the hell they used this one-off character for this plot and didn't think to just have it be Clay, but that's neither here nor there.
It is.
Then we have episode 12, Battledrome of the Sexes. This is your standard boys versus girls sort of deal. Basically, Christella and Peyton go up in a match together to prove which is better, male creatures or female creatures.
And to explain the episode title, the locations that players are fight in for participate in chaotic matches in are called battle drones.
Yeah. Thank you. I almost forgot about that. Anyway.
Yeah.
So the thing is, well, this also is a boy versus girls match. It also serves as a little bit of a history lesson for the character Interest. We told you about her earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here we
Yeah.
So Interest actually plays a crucial role in Param history, because if it wasn't for her actions, and there.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Okay. So, the thing is, Interest years ago managed to stop an underworld invasion on the overworld after her friend Zalek was ambushed at a bridge that basically guards the border between the underworld and the overworld.
Yep.
World. And it was thanks to Interest's his skills that they managed to act that the two I cannot remember what their names are for the life of me, but that's neither here nor there. But the point is that it was only thanks to Interest's help that the event of an invasion was stopped. Then there's this weird thing at the end where we find out that the female creatures were used by Peyton and the male creatures used by Christella. It doesn't matter. The point is that
it's never followed up on.
The point is that you get a history lesson on Interest. Now then, and let's talk about the follow-up episode to Castle Belgrun or Bust. Episode 13, Battle Lessons. This is where things get interesting, because we're going to get some really good follow-up to that. Okay, so Tom basically has been avoiding chaotic, and the thing is, the rules are essentially, if you do not participate in enough matches, you lose your ability to go there. Here. Tom has been neglecting those matches for a while. Well, the reason is because he's depressed. He lost his ace creature and creature, and unfortunately, he has no. He doesn't. No, oh no, wait, hold on, that's not quite it. So Tom is basically that's for another episode. But Tom is basically in a massive rut right now, and he's been on a massive lose streak over in the battle drones.
Yeah.
However, while he's out at Param, he comes across a mysterious guy. Hi. This guy basically tries to impart words of wisdom onto Tom. Now, however, Tom still does not believe that despite the words of wisdom that, which by the way, the guy's name is known as Kit. No, not Kit Taylor. But okay. Now, what he essentially does is he challenges Tom to a match. Also, in the same episode, we learn about a neat little thing with the world with Chaotic when it comes to the game. We find out about the Codemasters, considered to be the best of the best. Think of them like gym leaders or the Elite Four.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They have rare cards that have never been achieved by that have never been obtained by others, and they're considered to be the strongest of the bunch. Basically, beating them is the ultimate test of skill as a player. Now, the thing is, in the world of Chaotic, there are several different kind of drones, and the thing is, while there's a generic drone, there is a drone dedicated to each Codemaster.
Yeah.
Which let me see if we can get. I believe there is a list of the Codemaster. Let me just see if I can find it here.
Ah, yes, there is. I found it.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So the Codemasters are as follows: Codemaster Krillin, Codemaster Hotek, Codemaster Amzin, Codemaster Orin, Codemaster Tyrosus, Codemaster Imthor, and Codemaster Chirol.
Chirol.
I'm wondering. Which the thing is, all of the thing is, each of their last names is a.
Each of the first letters of their names are what spell out Kathaka.
Or Chaotic.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which I gotta admit, that's actually a clever touch. I like that.
It is.
All right.
Yeah.
So the thing is, Kid basically challenges Tom onto a drone match in the Krillin drome. Rome. The thing is, though. Oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry, that's not the right image to use. There we go. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this again. Okay. Does capture. Aha! There we go. Okay. Yeah. So Kit decides to fight all of Tom's creatures 1-on-1, 1 to 6, mind you.
Yeah, 6-on-1, yeah.
By using only one creature, a creature known as Ursus. Yes. And the thing is, Ursus is damn powerful and also has a unique ability. He piece of battle gear, the draw skin. What it essentially means is, fuck you, your attacks mean shit.
Exactly.
Basically, as long as the draw skin is on a creature, no elemental attacks will work on it.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Now, the thing is, unlike another piece of battle gear, the Ring of Narin, the draw skin has no real limit. Unless an attack outright targets it as battle gear, that attack will not mean shit.
Agreed.
he keeps telling Tom that it's the player, not the cards, that matter the most in Chaotic. Now, however, we're near the end of the match. We get a big bombshell reveal, when it comes to Kit. See, Kit is not his real name. He has been going under an alias this whole time in order to teach Tom a lesson. And who is he? And who is he? He actually, let me just quickly grab the image on my end, and yes, we find out that Kit, what Kit's secret identity is.
And his name is John C.
I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Ah!
I would also accepted the Lobo Frote joke too.
That works better. But
Yeah.
but yeah, he is in fact Codemaster Krellin.
Mm-hmm.
Which means this is our first appearance of a Codemaster in the series.
Yep.
And the thing is, Tom is this close to winning the match. But at the last minute, Krellin uses a nasty little music known as Song of Translocation. And what is that? Think of it like a music version of the Flux Bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom loses the match, but by the time, but when all is said and done, Krellin is completely gone. But he's left Tom with words of wisdom, and Tom basically continues to try and live by those words. Now, granted, he does still somewhat of a rut, but he's still but he is wiser now thanks to his match with Krellin.
Yeah.
And speaking of, Krellin is voiced by
Krellin.
Mark
Yeah, is also
Dreisen.
Is voiced by Mark Dreisen, who at the time who is known as who is best known as the English voice for Guts in Berserk, but at the time this series was airing, he was also the voice of Chancellor Frost in GX and had recently voiced young Solomon in Duel Monsters.
Most notably, the episode where we get to meet Rebecca.
Well, no, young Solomon. That's
I know. Flutter. That's what I was talking about. Because remember, that was in the flashback.
Well, yeah, but that episode, the episode where he appeared in as young Solomon was actually the episode where it revealed that he was who discovered the tomb of discovered Thames tomb, the tomb of the kings.
So you didn't just find the shrine of the Silver Monkey?
Yeah, at that point in time, Rebecca was an established character. Anyway.
Now we get to a very special episode for me, because this was actually my first episode of Chaotic in general. Roll. Let me check. What episode are we on? That would be episode 14. The episode is titled "The Birth of Borth Majar." Now, this episode. Now, let me quickly. Let me get rid of Krellin here, since we're done talking with you for now. Anyway, but yeah.
Yeah.
Also, let me quickly zoom in on my. Oh,
Oh, right. My mistake. Our mistake. Interest is voiced by the late great Rachel Lillis. Yes.
right. I forgot about that. Thank you. Thank you.
From
The original voice of Misty and Jessie.
Not to
Ah,
mention
yes.
people-
Ah, yes. The late great Rachel Lillis. May she rest in peace.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, on the subject of Rachel Lillis, shout out to that campaign about the park benches and such like that.
The Crystal Park Conservatory. So to explain what DL's referring to, a few of her fellow voice actors who had worked with her on Pokemon actually set up a campaign to raise money to help with the maintenance of the benches in Central Park in New York, in Central Park, which was fully funded as of like 2 to 3 days ago.
Which
Anyway, moving on.
which one thing I will say is I'm very happy for Veronica Taylor, since I know this meant a lot to her in particular.
Oh yeah.
And as someone who has grown up with Pokemon, I gotta give my respects to Veronica.
Oh yeah.
She seems like an absolute
Agreed.
sweetheart, and I cannot wait to at one point meet her at a con.
Same here.
Anywho,
Anyways,
Moving on.
I've also been using the stalling tactic while I get a fucking picture for her, since I forgot to get the picture for Boris Majar because I'm fucking unprofessional as shit.
yeah.
Anyway, now let me quickly grab
Where's
this. Come on, there we are. Yeah. Okay, Boris Majar. Here. Basically, this is another episode that spotlights a specific creature. In particular, the dual creature Boris Majar. Think of it like Ferrotor before Ferrotor was even a thing.
Yeah.
Now, now the thing is, Boris Majar first started off as two creatures. Boris being the brains, while Majar was the brawn. Or maybe it was the other way around. I can't remember.
No, you had it right.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to look a fucking liar.
And I'm sure most who remember Mortal Kombat will probably compare them to Farah and Tor.
I just did that earlier.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
But yeah. But yeah, Boris Majar was my first episode of Chaotic. Heck, I catched it when I was back on Jetix, which in America that's pretty much where episodes were primarily aired on.
Yeah.
Now Boris Majar is a case wherein one basically wasn't strong enough on their own because Majar was too dumb and know what to do, while Boris was the brains but was too puny to actually fight. So essentially what happens is that the two decide to work together.
Yeah, with I believe Majar being on top of being on Boar's back. Or
Boris on Majar's back.
Boar being on Majar's back, basically.
I don't know who they're voiced by, though.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, there's no info on that. Sadly.
Which is a shame. Now, the one thing the Kaz learns...
Not every known voice actor has a character attached to them that's readily available on either wiki.
Which is unfortunate, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so the thing is, the one thing the Kaz learns when it comes to Boris Majar is the fact that, well, you can't separate them, because if you do, you are in for a very bad time. time. Because the thing is, they cannot focus without one or the other.
Yeah, one can't focus without the other on their back.
Well, one can't focus without the other by their side. Anyway.
By their side.
But, yeah. A basic episode, but it was my first, so I had to give it some special mention. And, oh, by the way, one thing we forgot to mention when it comes to Danians is a unique ability called the Hive ability.
Yeah.
What that essentially means is Danians have the ability to sacrifice one of their own to supercharge or regain health to one of their comrades. Right. So let's say you're in a battle and one of your Danians is very low on health. If you have one that's perfectly healthy, you can sacrifice that one, basically have the Danian that's currently really hurting regain their health. It's that easy.
Yeah.
It's very much risk versus reward situation.
Yeah. You have to be careful. You have to be strategic with your use of that ability.
Indeed. Now then, let me see if I can find the... Okay, where are you, son of a bitch? Where are you? Okay. Aha! There you are. Now let's go to the follow-up episode. Episode 15, Shifting Sands. This is a very important... This is a very important episode in of itself. Itself. Now, the thing is, this takes place also after the events of Castle Bildrenner bust. Ever since then, well, Tom doesn't really have a good impression of Mepedians. Yes. To the point that he outright hates Mepedians in general. So Payne decides to make it his mission to show Tom that not all Mepedians are bad. Enter the character Tien. Voiced by Mike Pollock. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So the thing is,
I was gonna say, as a motherfucking Eggman.
Yeah. So the thing is, Peyton basically has Tom meet Tien. And Tien basically points out about the fact that not all creatures in Param are truly evil, because earlier on they encounter a creature known as Slurk. And Tom's under the impression that he's an Mepedian. But in actuality, no, he's not. He is in fact an overworlder. Remember when we told you that sometimes overworlders any tribe can be the bad guys? This is one of those cases. The enemy of the episode is an overworlder. Now, what happens is that Slurk basically guards the desert that they're wandering in, called the Kashir Driftlands. That also has the watering hole that Slurk protects, acts like his life depends on it. Now the thing is, Tien proposes is that Tom scan him so that whenever he uses him in a battle, he'll see the world as Tien sees it.
Be Tien's eyes.
Basically, see the world. It's a case of walk a mile in my shoes.
Yeah.
Now what happens is that in order to save Tom and Peyton, Tien supposedly sacrificed himself in order to prevent Slurk from killing them. Now Slurk manages to get away, and supposedly Tien dies, but we learn later at the end of the episode he's perfectly fine. Fine. So essentially what happens is when Tom later in the episode faces a player known as Nick, Heck, he decides to outright mix Hick's tribes by playing overworlders and and Mepedians. Yes. And he manages to actually win using Tien's and sacrificial ability.
Yeah.
It's honestly a pretty good episode, and it shows a perfect example of how good the writing is in Chaotic, due to the fact that they managed to write it to where not every creature is truly evil. You rarely see shows with shades of gray like that. It's honestly fascinating.
You, yeah.
And keep in mind, this was something from 4Kids.
Yeah.
Now then, and let's talk about one of the first ongoing arc episodes when it comes to the series. And it's the arc that will eventually have Tom regaining and Maxor.
Mm-hmm.
Or episode 16, Fallen Hero. Which, let me quickly get out of here. Your team, we're done talking about you. Okay, so the episode starts off with essentially Maxor being led into a trap by Lord Von Blut after her interest is captured heard by Lord Von Blut. Von Blut uses a nasty music known as decomposition. Now, at first everything seems like it's perfectly fine. Like, the music is a complete dud. But then afterwards, something weird happens. Maxor looks at interests, and he sees a monstrous version and outright cowers. Worse.
It seems like that,
Think of it like fear gas hallucinations.
I was gonna say.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, fear gas hallucinations. Now, the thing is, ever since then, Maxor's been in hiding. No one knows where he is except interest. And the only person who knows where interest is Zalek. Yeah, remember him? Yeah, he's back. What happens is that Tom basically is desperate to get a new Maxor scan, because he's been basically neglecting his matches in Chaotic to basically continue playing with the Maxor card on Earth. Essentially, what happens is they get the idea to basically trick Zalek into thinking about interest in the moment that they scan him, and then use him in the battle drome to figure out where he is, where interest is after she talked to him.
Yeah.
They find out he's in that Maxor or an interest are in the Glumuk Swamp, a treacherous and nasty place. And keep in mind, Maxor is the ruler of the overworld. He shouldn't be hanging out here.
Yeah.
Here.
Yep.
Now, the thing is, by this point, Tom and Maxor are on good terms. So when he asks Max for a new scan of him, Maxor agrees. But the thing is, by the end of the episode, Maxor has discovered the secrets of decomposition, and it terrifies him, and it makes him realize that he needs to go on a quest alone, leaving interest and rest to look for him and no one to know where he is. And keep in mind, this is not solved in the next episode. This is an ongoing story arc.
It is.
Yep.
Alright. Now, granted, in Canada, this isn't the case, but we're going by the American and air dates, so we will not. And so that's not a here or there. Anyway, next episode is also a rather interesting in one. Episode 17, Scavenger Scan. Yeah. Tom actually proposes a unique form of a chaotic match for Kaz and Peyton. And a scavenger scan match. Essentially the whole thing and the rules are simple. In about I think it's 6 hours?
Yes.
Yeah, in about 6 hours, the two of them have to travel throughout Param, scan 3 creatures in 10 locations, then report back to the battledrome on time. They are then forced to fight with whatever they got from the scan and from their scan and earlier, and nothing else. Now the thing is, unfortunately, it doesn't go well for them. Some of them can't find the proper scans they need, and worst of all, Kaz can't find Kaor anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere. It's a harmless filler episode, but it's a fun way of basically doing a filler episode.
Yeah, it is.
Now we have episode 18, Armageddon. And this episode is a filler episode, and there's not really much to it. All this matters is that it focuses on the overworlder Hotan, who has an attack called Armageddon. And an attack that according to the wiki does a grand total of 50 damage.
Damn.
And there's not a single attack that does that kind of shit right off the bat.
Nope.
The player who uses this Hotan scan is known as Drew. Obviously, after learning about this, the others want to find out what exactly it is, what the deal is with Hotan. They eventually find out where he is, but, well, they were surprised with what they find. They find a village completely fucking devastated, Hotan weak as hell, and he looks completely in shambles. All he can talk about is rebuilding something. And let me see. There. They eventually, the gang eventually learned from the overworld spellcaster or Tiger Man, Vidav, that Hotan is acting this way due to something that happened recently. What happened was Hotan's village was constantly being hounded by underworlders, and he was desperate to find a way to deal with them and protect his home. He eventually found it in the form of gaining the new attack, Armageddon. So when they returned the next time, Hotan was ready. What he was not ready for was the backlash of the attack. See, Armageddon is an attack that does massive damage, but it has a massive blast radius. And due to this, Hotan obliterated his entire village, killing everyone. They never say that outright, but it is all but implied. They are all dead.
Yeah.
It's very much implied that that's the case.
Yeah. Not exactly a happy message, but eventually, but what happens is that Peyton and challenges Drew to a 6-on-6 match and manages to find his own way of defeating Hotan. And later at the end of the episode, we see Vidav is helping Hotan rebuild his village, and a single flower is starting to bloom.
Mm-hmm.
Now then, let's follow up on that whole thing with Maxor, shall we? Let's go to episode 19, A Fearsome Fate. 8. Tom tries out the new Maxor scan, and he's surprised by the fact that Maxor is such a chicken shit. And the worst part is, this new scan of Maxor has a courage of 5.
Yikes. Which,
Yeah.
if I remember right, Maxor's carriage is usually up like a 10?
Oh no, not a 10, 100.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Okay.
how badly. Yeah, that's how badly that the events of the episode of the previous episode ended up damaging him.
oof.
Now then, and what happens is after the match, Tom realizes after he loses the match against the new state player that he challenged with the new Maxor scan, he realizes that something is up. But unfortunately, he's not the only one, as Clay and Christella realize this as well, and realize this is very valuable information to Lord Von Blute. As they go to him and tell him about the information in exchange for a few scans of Underworlders. That's near the end of the episode. What happens afterwards is Tom goes to Nadjarin for help. He knows that Nadjarin is not exactly, he and Nadjarin aren't on good terms, but he knows that right now, Nadjarin's the only one who can provide wisdom as to what the fuck's happening. And we eventually find out what decomposition is, and it's nasty when it comes to its effects.
Oh, it very much is.
Decomposition is not a music that affects someone's energy. Oh no, it affects their stats. First comes courage, then comes power, then comes wisdom, and finally speed. Eventually it will reduce the creature to nothing.
Yeah, hence its name.
Decomposition.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, at the moment, there is no cure that Nadjarin can find. Maxor continues to find his way through stumbles his way through Param in an attempt to find out what to do. Now the thing is, Nadjarin actually warms up to Tom more after this. He's not friends with him per se, but he is more willing to trust him, because, well, the thing is, well, yes, Tom is doing this so he can get a better scan of Maxor. The main reason he's doing it is because he wants to help him. Something you need to realize, like Tom and the others, they love the game, but they also care about the creatures that they control and such like that, and more importantly, they care about the world of Param. So if something's happening, they want to do something.
Yep.
But yeah, this is followed up immediately after with episode 19, A Fearsome Fate. Fate. Now, no, I'm sorry. Episode 20, Maze of Menace. Yes. Tom is essentially
The halfway point of the season.
Yes, the halfway point of the season. Maze of Menace feature is a follow-up to A Fearsome Fate. Essentially, what happens is Tom is contacted by Interest, who already tells him that the fate of the overworld depends on his help.
Yep.
Essentially, what Nadjarin has happened discovers that while all of Maxor's stats are slowly decreasing, the power isn't disappearing. What happens is it's outright going to another source, in particular, a call stone.
Yeah, it's being siphoned.
Essentially, it's basically a magical stone. But the thing is, the Maze of Menace is where it's located, and unfortunately, it's a treacherous place. And Nadjarin knows that Maxor going in there is almost suicide. Because here's the thing. Did I mention the Maze of Menace is also close to Underworlder territory?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just because it is.
Yeah. Now the thing is, Von Blut at first tries to basically locate the call stone, and chases after her Tom to do so, but then he's confronted by Kaor, who learns of the whole thing and basically wants the call stone home for himself. Tom manages to trick Kaor with a fake and basically gives the real call stone to Maxor. The two of them have a quick fight, and essentially what happens is that or gains back his strength, and he basically sends KR packing.
Basically,
He has risen. He has risen, baby girl.
Fuck!
Yeah.
basically that.
By the end, Tom gets a new Maxor skin, and everything's all hunky dory.
Yep.
Which I will say this: I do find that episode to be this arc to be a good one. I like the fact that we got to not only see the nobility of Tom, but also more of the world of Param as well, and also see the growing friendship he'll eventually have with Najarin.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Now we gotta get back to the filler episodes. And there are a few before we get to the really good ones. First one is Out in the Cold. Kaz is out on a scan west to a place called Crystal Range. Unfortunately, at the same time, he gets caught in the crossfire between an attack by the underworlder Perithion, who is attacking the overworld hiker and mountain and climber Blugon. The thing is, Perithion and the overworlder Rymusa are bitter enemies, and Blugon was basically going to into Rymusa's hideout to basically tell him and give him some new equipment. And the thing is though, no one has a scan of Rymusa's is placed to basically go and find him. Now the thing is they actually come with a very interesting idea of how to help Kaz. Now keep in mind here, one thing you need to realize, Kaz is helping an overworlder, which are technically enemies of the underworld. But the reason he still helps is because, well, Kaz is just a nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, what they do is they find out that a chaotic player known as Elliot, yet actually has scans of the place that Kaz is trying to traverse through Kurtov Pass. The idea is that Tom will battle Elliot throughout different locations in Kurtov Pass in order to help Kaz navigate the booby traps and dangers found throughout the location. And Kaz managed to get there on time, help Rymuso get the equipment and battle gear he needs to fight a Perithion, and basically is now on good terms with the two creatures. Not much to say here. Moving on to the next episode, episode 22, Chaotic Kings. This is probably one of the weaker fellow episodes, since it's basically about the cool kids club when we learn about the Chaotic Kings, a hotshot group that basically acts as well, let's not even kid ourselves, they're jocks.
Yeah.
The thing
High
is,
school never ends.
yeah. So essentially, the Chaotic Kings offer Kaz a place at their side if he can beat all of them a match. And he does by the end, but Cass still decides to basically stay friends with Tom and the others, since he doesn't really, at least since he realizes they're a bunch of jerks.
Good
Or
man.
Then we go on to episode 23, Stelgar Strikes. Alright, this focuses on the world mad scientist Momark, who creates a new creature known as Stelgar. Basically, imagine if Stelgar was a little version of Starro. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did I say little version of Starro? I meant Biggs, because the thing is, Stelgar has the ability to grow to massive kaiju size if should he be able to come in contact with water.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. All right. No, wait. Was it water or sunlight?
Hold on. Oh, what's the
Wait.
name of the creature again?
Hold on. Let me get here. Yes, sunlight. Sunlight. It was sunlight. I thought so.
Okay.
But yeah.
Oh.
Not really much to say here. It's more just an episode showcase this new creature and such like that. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
What is important is episode 24 and 25, the Codemaster Chronicles,
The next two-parter in the series.
and Tom's rematch with Krellin.
Mm-hmm.
Now then, and let's talk about this episode. Now, essentially what happens is that Tom has gained enough of wins within the Krellindrome that it's time for him to finally have a rematch with Krellin.
Yep.
When this is going to be his toughest match yet. So Tom has to be ready. And the thing is that Tom is nervous about this, but his friends encourage him to still try it, even though there is a chance he could lose again.
Yeah.
What doesn't help is the fact that Clay and Christella mock him as well.
Yep.
Jerks. Anyway.
Yes, why not?
So, now at first, things seem to be going well for Tom, since he managed to outright defeat Ursus. Yes. Oh, and by the way, the thing about out his match with Krellin, it's a standard 6-on-6, so that means that Krellin is not holding back this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. Now, thankfully, he manages to beat Ursus, but the thing is, Ursus was not Krellin's strongest creature. Oh no! Oh, we're about to get to that. So,
Oh yeah.
at one point, Tom loses Maxwell in the fight, in the match, and Krellin asks if that worries Tom. But Tom basically remembers the words he told him. It's the player, not the cards.
Mm-hmm.
Cards.
Which is a variation on the well-known phrase. It's not about the fight and the dog, but rather the dog and the fight.
Yeah. Then eventually, when he fights Krellin, he discovers Krellin has this creature on hand. This is Chromax, the evil twin brother of Maxor.
Yeah.
And this is Krellin's strongest creature.
Which now you may think that Krellin is running him as part of his deck to, basically as a means of talking down to Tom so as to remind him that he's lost Maxor.
Actually, no. The the thing is, Krillin is actually a legitimately good person. He outright tries to basically lift Tom's spirits up regardless. Keep in mind something.
Force him up on the situation as a result.
Keep in mind something. And Krillin has no reason of doing this. He's only doing this because he's just a good guy. Fine.
Yeah.
He's doing this just to help the players of Chaos how to get better at what they're learning.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing you'll need to realize about the Codemasters. Well, yes, they are the highest rank when it comes to chaotic players. Their battles aren't a thing to be taken as a sign of pride. Rather, they're tense.
Somewhat.
Yeah, Krillin is somewhat beating Krillin.
Well, here's the thing. The whole thing with battling a Codemaster is it's both a thing of pride, but also a test of your skills. Like how well do you know?
Player.
Yeah, they are essentially a ladder to climb.
Yeah.
Fine. And the thing is, by the end, Tom actually wins.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to spoil too much of the episode itself, since it is probably one of the better episodes of the bunch. With some really good matches, and it really does test Tom.
I think of the Codemasters like teachers.
If anything, they're like gym leaders and the Elite Four.
Yeah.
They teach you things, but also they challenge you too.
Mm-hmm.
Who? Now then, let's go on to the next episode, titled "The Ultimate Scan." And which let me quickly grab this. Come on, where are you? All right. The episode features the group trying to find a mythical creature that is of legend, known simply as Iparu. The thing is, though, there's a lot of conflicting stories about the creature, from what he looks like to the kind of attacks he can do. It's very much a case of someone said this, someone said that. But then we learn earn a big twist with Iparu. He's a shapeshifter. And that's how he's able to base. And the thing is Iparu is a creature that basically tries to stay hidden, and he basically lives in a luscious his home that, by the end, even though Tom and the others discover that he actually exists, they choose to keep it to themselves so as to not disturb Iparu's peace. Now then. And then we have another filler episode. Episode 27. An easy win. This is an episode where Payton is constantly on a losing streak in the Imthor Zone, and unfortunately, it's leading to the fact that he can't challenge Codemaster Imthor to a match. Eventually, he decides to basically instead challenge a new player known as Lulu, also known as Lu, who in the drome is known as Lu 2, but she is given the unfortunate name of Lulu the Loser by a lot of the players because she sucks at actually playing the game.
So 95, kind of like how some of us have been would be starting out playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
Kinda, sorta, yeah. And the thing is Lulu is voiced by a familiar VA.
Let me see. couldn't find her.
That being Veronica Taylor.
Ah, yes, folks. As the very same one we were talking about.
Yeah, Veronica Taylor is the voice of Lulu. Ew.
Is it not a little Lulu?
Now, the wiki doesn't really credit her, but if you know your voices, you know that's Veronica.
Oh yeah, because she has that.
She has a distinctive
She has that-
voice.
Yeah, I mean, especially I don't know, since most of us grew up with her being Ash Ketchum.
Or April O'Neil as well.
True.
Anyway.
On what? Sorry.
Okay, now let's talk about... And there's not really much to that episode, because essentially what happens is Peyton tries to basically throw the match and let her win a few rounds before taking a win himself, but then Lulu catches onto his bullshit and basically tries to take him down, and she outright wins.
Wait. Oh god, I'm
Basically boosting her self-esteem. It's a decent filler episode. And now we come to one of the weakest ones. A Flux Too Far. While essentially what happens is Tom and Sarah have a friendly match in the Hotep Battledrome, while Peyton and Kaz are trying to get scans of a Flux Bobble. Unfortunately, at the time, they're stuck in the middle of a raid by the Overworlders on the Mepedian Armory. The pacing for this episode is dreadful.
Would you say it's right up there with Star Trek: The Slow Motion Picture? Or
No, I wouldn't go that far, but we waste so much fucking time with this shit. And you gotta wonder by the end why they even bother to keep fucking trying with this, since it seems like such a fucking hassle by this point.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but the point is that by the end they don't even get the Flux Bobble, and the whole thing just turns out to be a big nothing burger. Now we've got another filler episode known as the Curse of Corbeck. Essentially, what happens is it's basically it's not only a beach episode, but it also acts as a Seven Seas episode as well, where essentially we find out that the Overworlder Nozalax is looking for a chest of overworld music on an island named after an overworld pirate known as Corbeck. There's not really much to this shit. It's pretty much skippable. Let's move on to the next episode known as Firefighters. This one is also a filler episode, there is a little more to it, due to the fact that Kaz learns about a unique attack that Chaos has called the Incinerase. Now the thing is this attack can do quite a good amount of damage. But there is a catch. It also does. It not only damages it it not only does damage to the attacking creature who uses his Incinerate, but they also lose their ability to use the element of fire. Here. So when Kaz tries to use his attack willy after seeing it used by Kaor, yeah, it goes badly, especially when he goes against an overworld player known as Hotshot. Who has a massive, who basically has a very anti-overworld and underworld mindset. Again, not much to that one, but then we get to episode 32, Chasm Quest. Now, here's the thing we need to mention when it comes to the Codemasters. If you beat them in a match, you get one free scan from them of a location. And you're then able to go to that location to obtain new creatures, battle gear, and the like. Now, what's important here is the creature that Tom encounters. And in fact, it is the same creature that. Oh, damn it! I forgot to get rid of Aparo on the damn screen. Give me a sec.
Whoops.
Yep, may need to clean that here and there.
Anyway, also welcome back, KR. All right.
Good to be back.
Anyway, yeah. The creature is Smilden, and he's neutral when it comes to the tribes thing. And yeah, I forgot to mention there are some creatures in Param that aren't really a lot allied with any sort of tribe and are just, lone wolves. Now the thing is when Tom basically goes to Prexor Chasm and encounters Smilden is, well, he's not happy to see humans there, but the thing is, he basically is more scared for Tom's safety than anything else. And we learn why later on, because when Tom uses the scan of Prexor Chasm that he got from his trip there, he sees, well, something unusual. A big green blob known as the Blight. What is it? It is a living disease.
Yeah, that's its name.
Essentially, the thing is that Smilden is constantly on the run from this thing, because this thing will eradicate creatures easily. This begins an ongoing story arc that unfortunately will not get resolved this season.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It sort of lingers in the background, but it's not really brought up. Then we have another filler episode of that, simply titled Trainwreck.
Yep.
Wreck. This is a filler episode, but it basically includes some cool shit with Kaz being trained by the underworld guard and warden in Grook. No, not Groot. Grook.
Oh,
Yeah.
Grook. Gotta get that joke out of the way.
Yeah, I had a feeling you'd do that. Okay, so the thing is, Grook basically teaches Kaz some fighting skills that he later uses in a match, because at the time Kaz is basically on a losing streak. Not really that important. And then we come to what is probably the weakest, another weak episode when it comes to chaotic trading cards.
Oh yes, this is good.
Boy.
This episode is a massive fucking waste of your time. Honestly, it's skippable. Long
It
story
really is.
Long story short, Tom and the others are trying to help Sarah obtain a rare Danian mutant that she got swiped from her in Param. The only thing that matters is the fact that it introduces is a character that would later become a plot point in season 2, Tartarekker. Reason being is because he plays with nothing but the overworld creature Tartarek. Right. He's a wise old turtle guy that basically can kick some ass. Imagine if Master Splinter was a turtle.
Or
pretty much.
Or Master Oogway, if he was badass.
Master Oogway, if he could kick more ass, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
Tartarekker will become important later in season 2. But that's honestly the only thing that matters from this shit. It's honestly a weak episode. Then we have the next two-parter, which is also one of the weakest ones.
Mm-hmm.
The episode Duel.
Your move.
No.
Wait, wrong series.
No.
I'll give him that, though.
Anyway.
Okay, so the episode features a brand new piece of battle gear that Tom and Kaz get from the underworld craftsman and Kaibon on. And if you will give me a moment so I can quickly grab that image, because I am unprofessional as fuck.
Hey, it's a learning curve.
Yeah.
Okay, where are you? Oh, I hadn't downloaded it. That's why. Okay, there we go. All right. Now grab this. Yes. There we are. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to move that image real quick. There it is. Now move you right here. No, it didn't work. Let's try it again. Come on. There we go. All right, now let me quickly grab that. Open. All right. Oh no, that's not the right one.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Okay, come on.
Anyway.
Oh no.
All right, let's try this again. Come on.
Oh no. I am
There
Venex.
it is. There we go. Okay. This is the Phobia Mask, and it's the titular piece of battle gear that's focused on in this episode. And this is where Christella and Clay are at their absolute fucking worst.
Yeah.
Worse, as after they manage to get scanned of the Phobia Mask and outright destroy it, meaning that no one else will be able to get their sorry, got a lot of time. Anyway, so. But yeah, Clay and Christella destroy the Phobia Mask so no one else can get a scan, and worst of all, they attempt to outright murder Kaz and Tom and Param. Now, you might think that this would lead to consequences, but no, unfortunately.
Sadly, it doesn't.
I don't really understand how the rules of chaotic work, but essentially, Clay and Christella don't really get punished for this. Yes. What Kaz and Tom do is they challenge them to a 2-on-2 match. The first time we've outright seen it in the show's history.
Mm-hmm.
Now the cool thing. Now the weird thing is that Christella decides to choose use a Mapedian as her creature of choice, when in the past she tended to play underworlders and such like that.
Mm-hmm.
Your guess is as good as mine. Let's not worry about that shit. Anyway, but the point is that we find out that the Phobia Masks have a frightening ability. Essentially, they can manipulate the stats of other creatures and even turn them against each other. Which they try to do against Tom and Christella. Against Clay and Christella, but the worst part is the fact that after they win the match, which, mind you, the deal was that essentially if Tom and Kaz win, Clay and Christella have to go with the Phobia Mask scans. And when they do win, Clay and Christella go back on the deal and outright refuse to give them the scans.
Because they're petty.
Because they're fucking jerks.
That too.
And hell, they do this in front of the people of Chaotic and in front of all the players in Chaotic, and they don't care.
Nope.
However, thankfully, karma later comes to bite them in the ass when Hearing decides to get some payback for the others by introducing them to the hypnotic creature Opto, who basically hypnotizes the two of them to basically become his slaves working in a mine. Now, later in the end, they do free Clay and Christella, and they do give up the Phobia Masks, but, well, it doesn't mean shit since they're still assholes.
Yeah, they're beyond redeemable.
Oh lord, yes. Yes, they don't even understand the word redeem. Anyway. Now then, let's talk about another filler episode. This being the episode Going Under. This is another filler episode, but it is an interesting one that shows Tom basically trying to be smart. In this episode, Tom basically is constantly losing battles. And the worst of all, the battles are against underworld players. So he decides, fuck it. If you can't beat him, join him. So he builds an underworld deck. And the thing is, he gets good. Really good.
To the point that other players laud him as one of the best players in Chaotic. However, this ends up being Tom's detriment when it comes to Kaz, because as a result of this, Kaz ends up developing an inferiority complex.
However, Tom later reveals that all of the cool tricks and skills that he used to win the matches, he learned them from him.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he's not going to stay this for long. He just did this to basically try and get some extra wins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and soften the blow of losing Maxor.
Well, no, this was after that.
Oh right, yeah, but that's what I mean.
No. He
Basically-
has Maxor back by this point.
Oh right, yeah, he has Maxor back, but he realizes that relying on just one archetype or on just one attribute of creature isn't. Yeah, he's basically he's basically getting out of his mindset of being a one-trick pony.
Yeah. Now, granted, he will continue to basically mostly use overworlders, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
Now the thing is that now moving on to the next episode, this one is also somewhat important because it means we get to meet for the first time the Danian Queen, Alexia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Don't know who she's voiced by.
I'm looking that up right now.
But yeah, we learn about this after her Kaz encounters a flying Danian. Now, keep in mind, Danians normally aren't able to fly. They're stuck to the ground. However, the thing is with this Danian can fly and let me see if I can find because I remember right. Yes, that's what it was. Volesh is a Danian Mandiblor. And you wanna and Danian Mandiblors, they are the elite guard of the Danians. What that essentially means, they are in charge of protecting the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unfortunately, the thing is, Sarah has not met the queen yet, so she desperately wants to find her. So she goes to Danian territory and oriented to the hive to try and figure out where exactly the queen is. Unfortunately, at the time, she encounters Colmo, a Bepedian spy/assassin. He is there to assassinate the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, by the end, Sarah manages to help the queen out and also managed to get a scan of Volesh.
Yeah.
It's not much of the episode, but it does mark Sarah's first time meeting the Danian queen, who is also impressed by Sarah's nobility and tenacity. Because the thing is, by the end, Sarah is basically tied up and gagged. So she is still trying to hop her way to the throne room to try and...
She's restrained, yeah.
She is restrained, and he is still trying to protect the queen.
Despite that.
And Alexia, is impressed by her tenacity.
Mm-hmm.
Now then, on to episode 39, the penultimate episode of the series.
Of the season.
I'm sorry, the season. And episode 39, Eye of the Maelstrom. Najarin has a vision of and of an occurrence that occurs of an occurrence that could that if things
Bless
go
you.
wrong could spell the end of music for Param in general.
Oh.
Also, so essentially, the whole thing is that once in a few years, a specific type of music must be delivered to the top of the eye of the maelstrom to feed it to the maelstrom to ensure their continued use of music. Ick. And the thing is, the people doing this are Mepedians. Yes. Now the thing is, Nadrin is not exactly. Here's the thing: unless the creature is outright malevolent or such like that, Nadrin doesn't hold any sort of grudge towards tribes. Nadrin basically requests that Tom help him to ensure that the Mepedians can properly deliver the music to the maelstrom to ensure that no terrible fate occurs to Param and its music. It's a tough quest, but eventually Tom comes out on top. Tom and the others manage to basically ensure that the creature deliver the music safely, and even get a scan of the music. However, the thing is, before Tom leaves, Nadrin offers him an even greater reward. Because by this point, he fully trusts Tom, and outright offers Tom to allow him to scan him for use in chaotic.
Yeah, it takes until... Yes, you heard us right. It takes until the penultimate episode of the first season for Nadrin to be convinced to trust chaotic players.
Well, Tom specifically.
Mainly Tom. Yeah.
But this is a big turning point because afterwards he will basically continue to go to Tom for help if need be.
Yep.
Now it's time for the season finale, and this is a big one. Fighting friendly. Lee. Taz is challenged invited to a match, but he doesn't know who the challenger is. And the thing is, the match in question is in the Imp Thor zone, and if Kaz wins this match, he'll be able to challenge Codemaster Imp Thor.
Yeah.
However, he is then shocked to learn his opponent is none other than Tom. Bum, bum, bum.
Yes.
What a twist.
Yes.
What a
Yes.
twist.
As the title of the episode suggests, this is a fight between friends.
Now, but the thing is, things start going good for Tom. Too good, even. Like, he can outright anticipate Kaz's very moves.
Because of how skilled he is with the current deck he's running.
And the thing is, it gets to a tipping point where Kaz outright accuses Tom of cheating.
Wow.
And as a result,
We're getting to that. The very notion of this gets the attention of one particular person. And the very person who runs the very drome they're battling in. Codemaster Imp Thor himself. Voiced by Dan Green.
Yep.
Yes. We have the motherfucking Pharaoh in this series.
I find it
folks.
funny that we have him as Codemaster Imp Thor when his helmet makes it look like he has gold Yu-Gi-Oh hair.
Yeah.
But yeah, after some investigating by Imthor when Imthor, or he basically agrees with Kaz's accusation that Tom cheated to win. And the thing is, if you cheat in chaotic, that's not good. Until Imthor can converse with the Codemasters, Tom is banned from playing in chaotic. Heck, and the thing is, you might think this is a wild accusation, but no, it isn't. Tom outright admits he cheated. He cheated in his fight in his match against Kaz, and the worst part is he enlisted Christella and Clay's help to do so. So yeah, there's something clearly going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And it ends with the fact that the season ends with Tom basically fleeing to Param to avoid any further punishment from the Codemasters, ending season 1. Oh boy! That's one hell of a way to end your season, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that really got out fast. Now, I will say this. Something, as we said before, the best episodes when it comes to Chaotic are the ones where we focus on world building with Param. If I had to give one of my favorite two-parters, I think it's a tie between Castle Bildren or Bust or the Codemaster Chronicles, since I feel they're really good character-focused episodes.
So am I. So do I, yeah.
As well as good challenges for our heroes. As for the weaker episodes, probably a Flux Too Far and trading cards.
Yeah. Those 2 episodes alone are not like they paint a bad mess. They paint a bad message. As DL mentioned it when it comes to trading cards, that episode in particular is paced way too damn fast.
Well, and the worst part is, by the end, after everyone got all the proper her scans and cards they needed, Sarah outright comes back to them saying that she already has the music. So they went through the whole thing for nothing.
Yeah, making it seem as their efforts were entirely pointless.
Now then,
As if the main characters wasted their time.
As well as wasting the time of us, the audience.
Yep.
Now let's move on to season 2, which
now
has the subtitle of Marillion Invasion. Now, the thing is, this is where we got to discuss a little bit of a change when it comes to Chaotic afterwards, since you'll notice that is immediately from the design of Imthor that I'm showing here is, hey, he looks a bit different. Well, that's because we had an animation change in season 2 onwards.
Yeah, we had an animation studio change for when it comes to the latter 2 seasons. The animation was taken over by the South Korean animation studio Dongwoo Animation, who at the time were concurrently working on TMNT 2003. And okay, so this isn't just a case of the animation gets an uptick in quality. As DL showed you, the code scanners in season 1 are just all entirely red.
Yes, I was actually about to show that, Flutter. Thank you. Excellent segue, my friend. So,
welcome.
All right, so which I almost started talking about the new character designs, but we'll get to that after we talk about the scanners. So, now, first of all, we're using technically the tins that were sold for the card game to give you an idea of what the scanners look like, but this is pretty much the best you're going to get when it comes to high quality images. Anyway, so the thing is, is, in season 2, the scanners basically are given in different colors, each one of them referencing the tribe colors. We of course have blue, dabba dee dabba die for I for overworlders, red for underworlders, yellow for Mepenians, and finally brown for Danians.
Which as a result makes things much more streamlined in terms of how the code scanners actually are presented to the audience, as well as making things less confusing as well as color coding, as like DL said, color coding each scanners to their respective users, depending on the creature attribute they so happen to run.
Yeah.
In their deck, as part of their
also,
deck.
Another cool thing when it comes to the tins is that later they actually released rare black and gray tins, which look really cool, honestly. Let me actually show these to the gang. All right, where are you? Let's see here. Aha! There we go. These are the best images I could find of the scanners. Of the tins.
Okay, yeah, those look great.
I mean, I can imagine that these are much rarer than the other ones.
Especially considering they're using colors that we never saw on the show when it comes to scanners.
You know what honestly would have been cool if the Codemaster scanners were these colors.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, considering how their importance to the game itself.
And that they are technically the elite. The elite. Anyway, okay, so let's move on to talk about the season 2. Character designs, which this is a much marked improvement when it comes to the designs of the character. Let's first start off with Tom here. Yeah, as you can see, season 2 and onwards goes for a more anime-esque style, which honestly I feel benefits to the series in my opinion.
Yeah.
Plus,
the designs feel very night and day when you look at them.
They do.
Left and right.
They do. It also another thing that was missing on the other designs: shading.
Yeah. Yep. Which makes these designs stand out in comparison to the designs for season 1.
Yeah.
As a result,
everyone's still rocking their same clothes, but they are with radically different designs. We have, of course, Tom here, Kaz, Peyton, and Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, another thing that's good about them is I feel they're more expressive with these new designs too.
Agreed.
Oh, we are. I'd very much agree in that respect.
Now, then, and let's say we follow up on the events of season 2, season 1, shall we? Yes.
Yeah, of season 1 in the first episode of season 2.
Which this season is also given the subtitle Marillion Invasion, but that's for later.
Yeah, you said that earlier. Anyway.
We start off with exactly where we left off in season 1 with the episode A Rare Hazard. This follows up on the event of Tom's whole cheating thing. However, when he arrives in Param, he discovers a group of chaotic players that somehow are even worse than Clay and Christella.
Yeah. Clay and Christella aren't the absolute measuring stick when it comes to wait, hold on. Oh.
Yeah, they aren't the worst of the worst. These guys are. So essentially the whole deal with these guys is what they do is they take explosives from different tribe armories, scan a location, and then outright destroy it. Why? So they can sell it for marked up prices for marked prices on the black market. Yeah, they're that underhanded. And unfortunately, Tom's forced to become one of their confidants. Because we learn that ever since the events of Fighting Friendly, Tom has basically been hanging out in the overworld helping Bodo with the armory. Right. Now, the thing is, throughout the episode, we're led to believe that we're led to believe that Kaz basically has no idea of where Tom is. And Sarah and Payne are desperate for the two of them to basically reconcile about the whole situation that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, things do not go as unfortunately, Sarah and Peyton and butt in when they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
Because we find out that, okay, follow me here. Apparently Tom had found out about these malicious chaotic players and basically went to the Codemasters to try and figure out what to do. The Codemasters then came up with a plan for him to be quote unquote banned from chaotic, and Kaz basically played along the whole time. Which yes, this whole time. I don't know. It feels like they had different plans, but they went back to this for the sake of preserving the status quo.
Yeah.
Which in a season like this, which, as we'll find out, is is focused on something entirely different in comparison to the first season, you kind of can't do. Look, I understand that Tom is having to resort to desperate measures when it comes to avoiding the Codemasters on account of his
Well, the thing is Tom is doing all this incognito and shit like that, and we only find out about it near the very end.
I'm aware. I'm just saying that as a result of his situation that was established in the last episode, he's doing this. He's going incognito so as to avoid further persecution.
Well, remember, he's working with the Codemasters on this. Remember?
Oh right, yeah. Which honestly, well, yes, this could have worked. This really could have worked because this is because Tom is actually, this is very much the reasoning for his actions is very much comes from a place of concern as to how
it's just this comes off as underwhelming with all the buildup.
Mm-hmm.
It really does.
If this is what was originally planned, okay, hey, I can understand that. But this comes off as more of a rewrite than anything else.
Yeah, which while this episode is good, kind of makes it feel very flawed in that one aspect.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to the next episode. So, which is a very important episode when it comes to season 2. Since we actually get some backstory on Maxor, as well as a nasty little trick the Damians can pull.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about episode. Oh, where are you? There it is.
Also, another thing regarding the animation style, to contrast part of the reason that it's of such better quality is because Bartle Entertainment, for whatever reason, decided to use flash animation, which for a story like this doesn't work.
No, it really doesn't.
As we've illustrated with a lot of the season 1 designs.
Oh, by the way, we should probably show them how much of a fucking glow up the Kaor and Maxor got in season 2.
Oh yeah, we really should.
Oh yeah.
Cause holy crap, these still look awesome. Okay. Let's find this. Come on, where are you? There you are. Yeah, that is Maxor in season 2. Dude looks even more like fucking Goku now.
Yeah. It was.
Though it's interesting that he's voicing a green character, because while we make the Goku comparison, a lot of people tend to forget, as a result of Goku being the more iconic character in Dragon Ball, that Sean didn't just voice Goku. He also voiced. This wasn't the first time that he voiced a green character.
Oh, right now.
Yeah. Hell. Having seen several different episodes of both Kai and Z, I'm very positive that he's using a variation of his Nail voice, but with a deeper, more raspy register.
Also, no.
Oh, and then we have the upgrade that Kaor got, and oh my god, Kaor looks so badass. Look at this fucking guy. Look at how badass this motherfucker looks.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me show you guys. Here in the venue. Here we go. Look at this.
Oh, now that's
a leader of a tribe. Holy fuck.
Oh yeah.
Fuck, this dude looks badass.
You know what makes
I
it
said,
work?
motherfucker, it was Suga.
Yeah, I saw that. Non sequitur. Yeah.
Non sequitur.
Yeah, non sequitur. So, sorry, I just looked at the spoiler room.
Anyway, you know what? What also makes KR in this animation style look more like a boss?
What? The van braces or the gauntlets he gets.
Well, he always had those.
Oh yeah. Well, the spikes around him.
I think it's the fact there's more details when it comes to him.
Yeah, the details are more visible due to the fact that we're dealing with standard animation rather than flash animation.
Also, I'm noticing he has less armor on him.
He does. The only armor that he's wearing are the rings around his horns and the gauntlets he wears, as well as the belt he has.
I recall he had shoulder armor in the first season.
He did, but for whatever reason, whoever was in charge of whoever the animation director at Dongwoo was for this series in particular, just seemed to exclude that.
Honestly, I don't mind it. And he kind of looks better without them.
Yeah, same here.
Anyway, let me quickly close a lot of these images, since I don't need all of them. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. All right. Let's talk about this character in Chaotic. Rasnus, as in the episode Dangers of Diplomacy. Rasnus is an old friend of Maxwell, and he basically is going to be acting as an ambassador to the Danians. Now, unfortunately, he's attacked by a bunch of underworlders who's on his way back to Kiru City. That's the capital of the Overworlder tribe. Anyway, now the thing is, he's saved by the Danians and due to the fact that he's supposed to be acting as an ambassador. Now, now everything seems fine with Ein, though unfortunately, and it leads Razda seems very sick. Ick.
Yeah.
And later, after a fight and one of the drums with him, we learn about a nasty little trick that the Danians can do in this season.
Yep.
And the Danian parasites. What's Danian parasite? Basically, it can make you go from a different tribe member to a Danian mandiblor, which is what happens to poor Rasnus.
Yeah.
Yes. And what's even worse, Rasnus is basically turned against KR and is commanded by the Danians to infect him.
Yeah.
And the worst part is that by the end, and because of how far Rasnus' mutation is, he can no longer go back to the overworld, and he remains by the Danian side. So Maxor is saved from peril, but the victory is clearly bittersweet.
Because that's the cost of someone he respected as a friend.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to our first filler episode of the series. And yes, people, we start off with 2 episodes that actually are important to. Yes, we start off this season with 2 episodes that are actually important to the fucking overarching plot. Le gasp.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, we start off with a episode 43 total, or episode 3 of season 2. The Floundering Father. This is an episode where basically we find out that apparently adults can be chaotic. Le gasp. As we find out that a player known as Buzz Jr. is basically being badly coached by his father, Buzz Sr.
Yeah. And as a result, Tom and crew have to step in and teach and show Buzz Sr. the error of his ways in terms of his teaching style.
Eventually, now by the end, Buzz Sr. does lose his match with Peyton, but he doesn't let it get him down because he realizes that the whole point of chaotic isn't to win, but to have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like any game.
Now then, let's talk about the next filler episode, which is episode 4 of season 2. We'll just call it episode 4 of season 2 so we don't remember all the big numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, during a quest to the underworld, where Kaz and the others are fortunate enough to encounter the underworlder known as Hammerdoom. And the worst part is that Hammerdoom who basically challenges Kaz to a match in the Underworld Coliseum. And despite how small he is, this motherfucker is strong. And
It can come in small packages.
And it's only helped when they discover that a big creature that they saw earlier in the episode is in fact battle gear. The Gigant Trooper. Basically, it's a suit of armor that you can roll remotely. Now you might be wondering something. And hey, if Kaz is going to basically be in a fight to the death, why doesn't KR do anything? Well, he can't. KR can't really play favorites, and these are the rules of the underworld.
And him doing this him doing this would have come across to the underworlders as him using his power as leader to show favoritism to the character who uses him as a creature.
Yeah. Now then, and let's move on to the next episode. So, rock wave and roll. This is a pun because there's an acting cat called Rock Wave.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. In this episode, which is honestly a fun little filler episode, Peyton discovers that one of his favorite band and the lead singer of one of his favorite bands is actually a player in Chaotic.
Yeah.
The band player Eddie,
The band member.
The band member Eddie basically Lee gives Peyton a challenge. If he can beat his lead creature Screamer, he'll give Peyton one free concert ticket.
Yeah, and judge it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did I say concert? I also meant a backstage pass.
Yeah, not just tickets, full on backstage passes. And if you couldn't guess from his name alone, from the name of his creature alone, this and the name of the episode, this is the genre of music that the character is a player of is metal. Also, Sentai, you joke, but it's possible that they might have used the man as inspiration for the name of the character. As a source of inspiration for the name of the character.
Still though, it's a filler episode, but it's a fun filler episode. It's
one of the few fun filler episodes of the series. Because it's very
there are some fun filler episodes, but that's beside the point.
There are. But yeah, it's very inconsequential, but that's not a bad thing.
Anyway, now let's move on to the first two-parter of the season. KR's Commandos. This is honestly this sadly is one of the weaker two-parters of the series since it's very much a heist two-parter.
Yeah.
Parter.
Basically, if one of Gardner's favorite shows, Leverage, was somehow snuck into Chaotic.
Yeah. So yeah. We get introduced to three brand new characters, when it comes to the underworld. Ultadar, Dendion, Narafal, and Swasa. They are basically considered KR's best of the best, and their plans to basically go to Kiru City to steal a new piece of battle gear. And the thing is, this isn't and exactly fillers, since the very piece of battle gear they steal, the telebracers, are later used in season 2. Now we come to one of the weaker episodes in terms of filler. This is episode 8, simply titled Mega Match. There's not really much substance to this. through this, Sarah and Kaz basically try and find a battler called the Mandible or Crown, which has the ability to basically consider any creature who wears it a Mandiblor, meaning you can use them on a Danian in a Danian team and team even without the whole idea of the even with the restriction of cannot be used on a mixed tribe, on a mixed team. Anyway, but but the thing is, while comical, Tom and Peyton try to build the quote-unquote ultimate match when it comes to chaotic. 105 creatures versus 105 creatures. It goes about as terribly as you'd think. And by the end, the two of them are outright snoozing.
Wow.
It exhausts them to the point of becoming drowsy by the end.
Luigi.
Yeah. Now we actually get an interesting episode that actually you would think would be filler, but it is not actually, and is actually foreshadowing for the next two-parter. The episode is called Time's Up. Now, let me quickly find, let me quickly get the image of the creature in question up here. All right, where? All right. There we are. Okay. The episode features the character Raden. And essentially what happens is Kaz and Tom go on an adventure to look for Sarah and Peyton in a place called Kervak Mound. This happens after they discover an old man answering Peyton's code scanner, and the old man is in fact Peyton himself. Now I know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on here? Basically,
Let Deal do it.
Let me.
Go ahead. Deal.
So the thing is the episode in question and features the two of them and finding that the Kervak Mound has several portals that unfortunately, if you end up traveling through, can end up altering your age, either aging you forwards, or in Sarah's case, aging you backwards.
Yeah.
Now,
Basically,
Now, here's the thing. That shit isn't important. What is important is something that Tom sees. He first sees the overworld flooded by a mysterious creature. And what's even worse, he sees Nadjarin losing to this creature. We later learn from Raden, and who is in fact a keeper of the mount of Kervak Mound, that these portals, in fact, act doors to possible futures for Param. Meaning, which spoilers, that thing that Tom saw, that will come into play a little bit later, and is a tease of things to come. Anywho, let's get to another episode, and this one actually isn't filler due to the fact that they will call back to this one one in a later season. And the episode in question is simply titled Gigantum Topless.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. Gigantum Topless is a place where essentially a temple of is a giant place where giants and depredate most of the creatures' history and harem resided. It is filled with treasure, but it is also unfortunately filled with booby traps. And unfortunately, one of those traps in question is meant to lead explorers to their doom. Which unfortunately almost happens to Tom.
Yeah.
But yeah, not much really to talk about that one. It will get brought up. It will basically get mentioned later, but that's beside the point. Next, we have episode 11 of season 2, War Beasts. This is where we learn of a powerful race of creatures known as the War Beasts. They are powerful creatures that can only be controlled by conjurers. Not really much to this episode, other than learning what the fuck a War Beast is.
Yeah.
What is important is the next episode. Oh boy.
Here we go.
This is where things really shake up, folks. Get ready. Ready, folks. This is where things start to get interesting. And which and
why and this episode also explains that then this is actually where the subtitle for the season ends up starting to come into play when it comes to the plot.
Yeah, speaking of so before we get to that, why don't we show you the redesign for both Clay and Christella, because that will help us lead into the new into one of the new villains for the season.
Yeah.
And I will say this. Hey, this Clay looks even more smug now than he did before. Or let me just where are you? Oh wait, I gotta close it and then open it up again. Come on. Let's see here. Aha! There we are. Right there.
Oh, good lord.
God damn it! I messed that up. Here we go.
Whoops.
There we go. Right there. Yeah, that is Clay's design for season 2. Ew. And again, it's amazing. They made him look even more smug and punchable than he did in season 1. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at a smug ass grin on his face. And then
Punch him in the face.
we have Christella's design for season 2, which I have a feeling that this might have set off a few 13-year-olds when it comes to her design.
Oh boy, let's see.
Would not be surprised.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's mainly because her midriff's showing.
Yeah.
I never got the appeal that, honestly. At least, so what if a girl showing off her midriff? Who cares?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, some people have weird taste.
Anyway, next, we also have Christella here, who weirdly enough, you could see her full design, unlike Clay's in that image. It's amazing. Anyway, let's talk about the new creature villain of the season. Enter Felfor in the 2-parter From the Deep. This all starts off when Kaiba discovers a creature buried deep in ice. Ice. This creature turns out to be Felfor. Felfor meets with Kaor and offers his assistance to him, and reveals a mysterious and infamous fifth tribe among the realm of Param, one that was long since forgotten and believed to only be myths. Marillions. Hence the subtitle of Season 2, Marillion Invasion. Now, the thing is, Marillions were sealed deep behind the doors of the deep mine. A location that's already been established and chaotic, but not much was told about it. The worst part, the thing is though, according to Felfor, the Marillions have something even the underworlders want. The Kautika.
Yeah.
However, it's a lie. See, the thing is, Felfor outright admits that he is a Marillion. But that's not why he wants to unlock the doors of the deep mine. He doesn't want to unlock them to help them get the Kautika. No, he wants to do it so he can let the Marillions out.
Yeah.
And what's even worse, the Marillions have a nasty little trick that all of them can do. Mind control.
Mm-hmm.
You heard right.
Yes, people, mind control. Now keep in mind, we've mentioned that the phobia mask and such can do that in the past, but they can only influence a creature. Mind control a mind control creature by the Mepanians is completely by a Marillion is completely subservient to them.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And to explain their design, they're very much inspired by Lovecraftian creatures.
Yes.
Most notably, Cthulhu.
Yeah.
In fact, their leader is pretty much Cthulhu, but that's for later. The
Yeah.
point is that by the end, the Marillions are now free, and they have big plans for Param.
Oh yeah.
From the Deep is probably one of the best two-parters from the season, due to the fact that it is so well paced and the establishment of the Marillions is brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing you need to realize, guys. The Marillions, they don't work for nobody.
No.
They're out
they're-
for themselves.
They are out
Yeah.
for themselves, meaning there is now a fifth tribe out there that is trying to do that is plotting the worst for all of the tribes.
Mm-hmm.
And we go from one of the best episodes to easily one of the worst.
And in fact, this is actually the objectively worst episode of the show in its entirety.
Yep. The episode in question is... Oh, hold on. Let me quickly get rid of Felfor here. Let me just...
What did he fell for?
God damn it.
Boo!
I'll give
Yeah,
him that.
that joke really sank.
Boo this man! Boo!
I tripped on that one.
Moving
Wow.
on.
Anyway!
Kia, are you trying to steal my shtick?
Worse, I think he's trying to overthrow Rai.
We're
Ugh.
outlaws. We steal stuff.
Yeah, anyway.
Fair enough.
God damn it!
Anyway, moving on.
Anyway, now then, let's quickly, let's talk about Let me see. What episode is this again?
14 of season 2.
14. Thank you. Yes. Tale of Two Toms. Oh my god, this one is so bad.
Wait,
Bad. Okay, so this is an episode where essentially it's the standard new guy in town and and everybody likes him except the main character because the new guy is an ass.
And as the episode title suggests, our new player is also named Tom.
And is that right called Cool Tom? Wow, you don't have an ego to you at all.
Yeah. It's not as
As
if
long-
the writers of this episode wanted us to hate this character from the outset. No!
at least there's one good thing, fellas.
He never appears again after this.
Yeah. he
That
only
and also
appears in
at
this
least it's not a rendition of I don't know, Prince of the fucking Popper.
That is true. Anyway, but
episode.
wait. But all right. So the thing is now here's the thing. And the episode tries to paint Tom as being, in the wrong when it comes to certain things. But he's not. He really isn't. The others are assholes by basically neglecting him to hang out with this new guy. To the point that basically Tom says that if Cool Tom can be his max lord, he can have his friends.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
later,
no.
when
Yeah,
that happens, they outright berate him for that. What?
When they're who's in the wrong,
Okay.
even though they don't see it.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna have to hit? To Tom's so-called friends?
Hypocrite!
No. I got a better one.
That's stupid! You're stupid! Stop being stupid!
That's
That's
better.
it. Thank you, Frieza.
Also, another thing. So Tom basically calls out his friends for being assholes, but yet Tom is the one who's considered to be the asshole here.
Oh, well, that's alright then!
Thank you, Toymaker.
But yeah, Tale of Two Toms is the worst episode, and it is honestly one you can skip.
Agreed.
It really is. You miss it is one of the most absolutely inconsequential and unimportant episodes of the show. It's just an episode meant to just do nothing but make Tom look out to be bad, when in actuality it's the rest of the cast that's being bad as a result of being swayed to actually to liking Cool Tom over the Tom that they actually like, and over the character you're supposed to be following as the main character of the story.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's talk. Okay, so let's talk about the next episode, which honestly is one of the better episodes. Or, okay, it's not as bad as this one. Let's put on. It's the episode Putting the Muge in Mujic, wherein essentially Tom, Kaz, and Peyton try and go to Broken Edge, the border between the Outworlders and the Vipenians, to try and find a new Mujic and battle gear for Tom's next Rome match.
Yeah. Excuse me.
This is actually where we also get some interesting world building, because what happens is they get in a fight between two. They basically get caught in a fight between the. They basically get caught by Arius and Atacat, two other creatures of the overworld. Nadrin intervenes and he basically reveals what the fuck's going on. Hang is born and returns from a troll to reveal that Prince Mudinu is planning to basically take Broken Edge, which, mind you, is the edge between the two tribes.
Yeah.
In addition to that,
Huh.
at one of Nadrin's apprentices, Hyun, creates a new music called the Surge Song. And the thing is, they basically while the music is at first considered to be a success, when Tom tries it out in a match, he discovers the Surge Song has a downside to it. After using it after its use, the creatures become incredibly worn out and tired.
Yeah.
So basically, have too much sugar, so sugar crash.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
Afterwards, after the match, Tom basically forfeits it to return to Nadrin to warn him about the dangers of the music. Unfortunately, it's too late. Though thankfully, Nadrin creates a new music called Revocation, and which basically will undo the effects of the Surge Song. Tom thankfully tricks the Mepenian self into using the music on the Overworlders, believing that it'll finish them off when in fact it heals them.
Yeah.
The Overworlders get their strength back, and essentially the Mepenians are forced to retreat. Now, this is an episode that is both important yet not important. Episode 16, Newbie.
Uh-huh.
While at the lava pond, the thing is, there's a new chaotic player in town who goes by the screen name Parent Princess. Her name is Shinwan?
Yep.
Yeah. Now the thing is, this is a classic case of new girl in town, and the guys basically try and compete, and all the guys compete for her affection. And
Yep.
Again, high school never ends.
yeah. Now the thing is, they later go back to the lava pond to discover Kaibon with the Marillion known as Million. Who clearly is implied that Million has mind controlled Kaibon.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, everyone manages to get out in time because the lava pond's about to collapse. But Shinwan manages to get a scan of Million, making her the first person to obtain a Marillion. And then after this episode, we never see her again.
Yeah, it's
Sad.
Oh wait, hold on. What am I doing? I'm sorry. I went out of order.
Whoops.
The first episode after Tale of Two Thomas is actually a good episode. So Newbie was after that. I apologize for that, folks. Okay. So, episode 15 is titled Blight Fight. This is where we finally get resolution regarding the whole thing with Smeldon. We're not going to go into too much detail about that, but it does resolve a lingering plot thread from season 1.
Yeah.
And now that I've accidentally gone over those other 2 episodes, let's go straight into episode 18, Mr. E. Get it? Mr. E. Ha 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 ha.
Show you're not clever.
But yeah. So the thing is, Tom is challenged to a match by a mysterious opponent known as Mr. E. Now the weird thing is though, Mr. E has a Marillion on his team, but he also has creatures, but the creatures act. Oh god damn it! Let me and I messed up. Give me a quick moment. There we go. Okay, but yeah. The thing is, the creatures that are on Mr. E's team act rather strange. Like
Yeah.
they can actually cast. I don't remember for sure, but I think that they can basically. They have abilities that can outright heal Million. That's the Million that's on Mr. E's team.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah. Meanwhile, Kaz and Hearing are in Param and are trying to get a lead on something on the mysterious disappearances of a few underworlders. Earth. And unfortunately, what they find is not good. Million has outright brainwashed all the missing underworlders, even a few overworlders too, and is having them do some strange tasks. But the worst part is what happens with Hearing, as Hearing is brainwashed by Million, and this is a thing that will be, and this is a lingering plot thread that will be a thing for several episodes. So, yeah, for the time being, Hearing is now working for the Marillions.
Yeah.
But then there's the even and more chilling part. After the match with Mr. E, where he manages to win against Tom asks what the fuck is going on with Mr. E, and he reveals that Million came to him and basically told him to put a team to basically create a team to fight in Chaotic that was basically him and his mind control creatures of Param to battle against Tom. Why?
Yeah.
So the Marillions will be able to have battle strategies to counter against the leaders of Param.
Specifically, recording how Maxor fights.
Yeah. And that is how the episode ends. And oh boy.
Yeah.
Boy. All right. Next, we have episode 19, when a Codemaster calls. This is an episode that really shows how much of a fucking dick Clay can be.
Yeah.
Long story short, Peyton is basically asked by Codemaster Hotek to obtain a few scans in exchange for being able to challenge him. This confuses Peyton, but Peyton's very much a gullible person, so he falls for it. We later learn that it was in fact Clay who was basically posing as Hotek in the hopes of getting a Marillion scan without having to traverse any of the dangers of Param. How the hell it is that Clay is not punished for pretty much impersonating an admin is beyond me.
Yeah, because that should be very much illegal when it comes to the rules.
Not only that-
Oh no, I forgot. Oh no, I forgot another bad one from this season.
And that being
Earth to Kaz.
Oh yeah, this
Oh.
episode.
This okay,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
This,
This episode is not as bad as The Tale of Two Toms, but it is very damn close.
and
And it is inconsequential and is literally really serves no fucking purpose.
Yeah.
Yes. To sum up this in one word, I will quote the words of Will Smith. Parents just don't understand.
Yeah. That's basically the plot of this
Right.
episode. And this
How do you
is
do, fellow kids?
that too. That you can sum it up like that too.
So essentially
But-
what happens is
Yeah.
after a school essay where Kaz writes about Chaotic, when here's the thing people need to realize here, Chaotic is very much a secret place that you're not supposed to know about.
Yeah. Even if there was an earlier episode in season 1 where
Wait, I forgot about that episode. How did I miss that episode?
Whoops.
Okay, hold on. Rewind. Yeah,
Small
sorry.
pivot back to season 1.
Yeah, we'll gotta pivot back to season 1. And 1. This is an episode known as Chaotic Crisis. It's a filler episode, and it's honestly meh. In terms of quality.
Yeah.
The episode basically features the impossible happening. Creatures have invaded Chaotic, and what's worse, they plan to invade Earth next. Now you think this might sound cool and exciting, but it loses all its punch when you find out it's all a dream.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
god, like Gazzo's revenge, chaotic style. God damn it!
Anyway, back to season 2. Yeah. Earth to Kaz is probably one of the worst episodes since it literally comes off as nothing but pointless. Since
Yeah.
we all know, that Kaz isn't crazy. And here's the thing. Not only does Kaz's mother go overboard by taking away his scanner, but takes him to a psychologist.
Yeah, making it seem as though Kaz is in the wrong here, and that Kaz is legitimately, and like DL said, Kaz is crazy, but this is a case of him adhering to the fact that Chaotic is a secret place that no one on Earth can know about, and as a result, he can't tell anyone about the fact that he's been to Param. He can't tell anyone on Earth, that is.
And then there is the bullshit regarding the absolute bullshit asinine twist when it comes to So, okay, the psychiatrist, Dr. Tanner, later finds out that Kaz is telling the truth after he learned that his son, Paul, had met Kaz in Chaotic. So this episode is, ding!
Completely pointless.
Much like trading cards, entirely pointless, sadly. Hell, there's a point in that episode where, for whatever reason, they decide to play the card game?
Honestly, this is one of the episodes that we just skipped completely when we watched.
Yeah.
And one of the few, and in fact, the only episode, as far as I'm aware, that we skipped.
Not quite.
Oh, right,
There was a
like-
few later on. Anyway.
No, there were a few later on, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
Now we actually move on to a good episode. Episode
21.
21, yeah.
Rasnus returns. Rasmus returns to Kiru City, and and demands to speak to Maxor. Unfortunately, the other her overlords are not exactly willing to listen to him due to the fact that he's branded as a traitor.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Maxor has done some investigating of his own and encounters two Marillions in the Riverlands. And the thing is, they're not just in the Riverlands. Oh no. They're not just in the Riverlands. Oh no, they are polluting the Riverlands, polluting the very water.
Yeah.
And we later find out why it is that Rasmus is there. The water supply for the Danians has been polluted as well. Well, by the Marillions.
Meaning that he has no choice
but
to travel back to where.
No. With this in mind, Queen Alexia gives Rasmus a task, and it's something that is honestly unbecoming when it comes to the world of Param. She proposes a truce between the Danians and the Overworlders. And after
something that
now, keep in mind, this is something that's never happened before.
Yeah.
But due to
too dangerous of a threat to chaotic to Param as a setting and world.
Maxor actually agrees to the truce, and thus now the Danians as well as the Overworlders are now in an alliance. Mm-hmm. And this is a big plot point for the series.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway.
Yeah,
So they
anyway.
Then we have episode 22, Warriors of Eternity.
Insert E-Man joke here.
Anyway.
So what happens is the Mephidians are trying to find an ancient and warrior known as Owaiki.
Yeah, the Warriors of Owaiki.
And the with the thanks to the wisdom of the Mephidian known as Scarell the Wise.
Mm-hmm.
Wise. We find out that the Warriors of Owaiki are actually like, okay, you guys ever seen Return of the King? They're like the fucking ghost in Ghost Knights.
Yeah. Those guys.
Yeah. And the thing is, due to how they're done, the Marillions cannot control Owaiki or his warriors.
Nope.
Years. And unfortunately, this is the first time the Mephidians encounter a Marillion in the form of Inhukalin?
I believe that's how you pronounce the name.
Ihunkalin, I think? I can't remember.
Hold on. Ihunkalin. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it.
Thank you.
Oh, problem.
Now we have episode 23. Overworld Overthrown.
Or Underworld Overthrown.
I'm sorry, Underworld Overthrown. My bad. Anyway. The thing is, the threat of the Marillions is starting to get really, really out of hand. And KR vows to destroy them. However, he is then led into a trap by the Marillions. Yes. And what's even worse, when Kaz basically tries to get hearing out of the mind control, he is then mind controlled by Million as well. Thankfully,
Mm-hmm.
the others are Tom and the others are able to free him and hearing from the mind control. But unfortunately, the victory is very much bittersweet because in addition to the fact that the overworld is now the underworld is now somewhat flooded, the Marillions now have someone new under their thrall. Lord Von Bloot, rocking
Yep.
admittedly a cool as fuck new design and armor.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
Let me just oh, damn it. There it is. Thank you. Yeah. Look at this shit. Look at how badass this motherfucker looks.
Yeah,
Oh,
it gets wings and gets wings.
No.
He has
Oh yeah, he already had wings.
He gets cool.
Yeah,
Gets cool bone armor and a fucking sickle.
yeah.
No, wait, that's a scythe.
Yeah, the scythe, yeah.
Now, the thing is, Von Boot is claimed to be mind controlled, but it's heavily implied that he did so of his own volition and did so so he could finally overthrow Kaor.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Kaor is on the run now, but as a result of this, now both Underworlders and Mepedians are willing to join forces with the Overworlders to finally put an end to the Danian to the threat of the Marillions.
Mm-hmm.
This brings us to a good episode that basically is a good character focused episode and shows why and probably is one of the best episodes that features spotlight to a character you wouldn't expect to get spotlight, but they do. In fact, a lot in this season, even to the point that this character in question actually proves to be a major plot point by the end of season 2. Okay, so let me quickly bring up this guy again. Ahem. Aha! There we are. Think we. Yeah. Let's talk about Tanga Toborn, who basically gets, and pun intended here, the lion's share of development this season.
Oh, definitely.
Also, Sentai, you are not wrong on that analogy.
No. Considering his penchant for betraying those he ends up associating with throughout the series.
Will that make Max so Optimus Prime then?
Kind of.
Anyway.
But yeah, triple full threat features. Okay, scratch that. Underworlders aren't ready to join forces with the Mepedians just yet. With the tribes just yet. In fact, I believe it's only scratch that. It's only the Danians and the Mepedians that join forces with the Overworlders. The Underworld has basically turned against, and everybody doesn't show up until near the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so Tanga Toborn is basically given a task to basically help the two tribes work as a team. Now, Now, at first it doesn't go well, and it goes even worse when the overworld pixie Lystone manages to brainwash all of the creatures trying to do Tangus' team building exercise. But thankfully, when the three tribes show camaraderie with one another, they finally start to work as a team. And she eventually is stopped. Meanwhile, Tom, Sarah, and Kaz go up against Peyton in a training dome. Where basically the idea is that Peyton will use a Marillion, while the others will while all three of them will use the different tribes in an attempt to try and figure out if there's a way for all three tribes to work together to defeat a Marillion.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the penultimate episode of the season, and it's another two-parter. The episode titled "Last Stand." No X-Men jokes.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking it.
Thank you. Anyway, so let's talk about this one. The gang basically find out what the big final plan by the Marillions is, and it's a nasty one. They plan to basically melt glacier plains, flood the entirety of Param, and then poison the water to make the entire realm of Param habitable to only the Marillions.
Yep.
However, the thing is they have a plan. The Tribe Alliance has a plan. Wherein essentially the idea is that while a group of creatures from the Alliance will stop the plan on Glacier Plains, Maxlor will go in alone using the telebracers. Yeah, remember those things? Yeah. He's going to go to a place called Lake Lanier. He's going to the Marillion's lair to hopefully figure. The plan is to basically go to the Marillion's hideout, confront the Marillion leader, Ani, and capture him in the defense of trying to negotiate a peace treaty to end the war.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this seems like a pretty solid plan, but unfortunately, Najarin has a feeling that someone among the Alliance is a traitor.
Yep.
And the traitor is someone unexpected. It honestly. Let me just bring up an.
Oh, definitely.
Let me just quickly find image. Windows capture. There you are. Yep, the traitor is Tartarek, who was very long ago mind controlled by the Marillions. The plan is to basically bring Ani to Lake Lanier because the information they have states that when Marillions are at Lake Lanier, they lose their ability of mind control. However, that's a lie. See, the thing is, yes, that is true for most Marillions. Ani, however, her is in fact the exception, and which let me just bring up the image of the bastard himself. Yeah, Ani the oligarch is his full name.
Mm-hmm.
Aim. And unfortunately, the thing is that while Marillions lose their abilities at Lake Lanier, here Ani is the exception, and as Ani gains a massive boost in power by being there, and the two-parter ends with Ani unleashing a massive wave of mind control that is headed to spread all across that is headed straight for Kiru City. Where currently Tom, Peyton, and Sarah are located there. Now Kaz is currently at Chaotic, and the thing is, the Codemasters realize how much of a fucking big deal the Marillions are, and before the episode started, they basically ordered a massive callback to every person and every player in Chaotic to return to the dromes for their safety.
Yeah, so as to evacuate Param.
Basically, it's a case of Param is now off limits.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Kaz is the only one still there because Tom and the others want to stay and help the Alliance. Yes, and thanks to Kaz fighting Tartarek. Yeah, remember him? That guy. Then he finds out that Tartarek is in fact the traitor.
Yeah.
And thus we come to episode 27, I believe?
Yes. 20...
Yes. 27.
Yes.
Yeah, 27. Yeah, the last episode of the season.
I'm sorry. It's Lake Blakir.
Yeah, Lake Blakir. Also, yeah, the season 2 finale, episode 27.
The Legend of Ani.
Legions,
yeah.
The Legions of Ani. I'm sorry, Legions of Ani. There's no Z. Anyway, but
yeah.
The thing is, Kaz is horrified when he learns about the massive mind wave that Ani sent towards Kiru City. He eventually gets a call, but not from Tom, from Krellin, who basically tells Kaz that the transporters aren't completely down. See, the thing is players can't transport to Param, but players from Chaotic can in fact transport to Param.
Yeah.
Thus, Kaz goes to Kiru City to find out what happened. And meanwhile, things are not going well for Maxor, as he is getting his ass kicked royally.
Mm-hmm.
However, help eventually comes in the form of Kaor.
Surprisingly enough.
I don't remember if it was. No, wait. Kaor appeared last episode. My mistake.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, Kaor appears to help Maxor, and the two form an uneasy alliance to finally deal with the threat that Ani presents.
Yep.
Hence, and just when it seems like Maxor is finally defeated, Maxor shows up again, and in a wicked as fuck new armor.
Oh, definitely.
Or let me grab the image to remind these guys what it looks like. This right here.
Yeah. I could use refresher and yo. That is an upgrade.
Oh yeah.
Look at that badass armor. It's like he's consumed by a lion. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, Maxor reveals that the Maxor that Ani thought that he killed was in fact Hipparu. And thus the three of them join forces to finally put an end to Ani's threat. Afterwards, Kiara basically agrees to a full-on alliance between all the tribes, especially when the underworlders come to help out when several of the alliance members in Kiru City are mind controlled by the Marillions.
Yeah.
And now we get to episode and that pretty much is the end of season 2, which honestly I think season 2 is the best out of all the seasons. There's major
really
race
is.
stakes. The animation improvement is absolutely beautiful to see. And you got a real sense of escalation and when it came to the whole threat of the Marillions.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes. It is honestly, in a single word, peak.
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah.
And it's all downhill from here.
Oh, great. Now
Oh,
we
boy.
come to the final, and as a result, weakest season of the show.
Unfortunately, yes. Let's talk about season 3, which is I believe titled
Subtitled Secrets of the Lost City.
Yes, that was it. Thank you. And the first episode is honestly a bad one. Since it oh wait, hold on, I just realized something. We forgot to talk about something regarding season 2.
Oh, right. I think I know where this is going, but go ahead anyway.
Okay, so the thing is, the Marillions are this. Okay, so the thing is, the Marillions are this close to completing their goal. Glacier Plains is pretty much melted, and it's about to start flooding. But Tangus Toborn, voiced by Dan Green, commits a noble sacrifice, activating the Song of Stasis music to freeze himself and the waves in place, preventing them from in Glacier Plains from flooding Param. And the thing you need to realize, folks, this music, it freezes him in place. It essentially means that he is, well, he's almost dead, pretty much. Anyway, and thus we come, but yeah, let's start with episode 1 of season 3, the Parathon.
Basically, folks, it's if Chaotic tried to do their own version of the Wacky Races.
And unfortunately, at the end of the episode, so you know how we spent last season building up this new alliance between tribes and such for that? Well, forget about that shit, because by the end of Parathon, things go back to the fucking status quo.
Which, personally, is just... You know what? You know what? You know what I think this Parathon is?
Also,
do you have any notion of the consequences of your blunder?
X-Mix.
Yep.
But yeah, and it only gets but yeah, the big alliance that we built up to and established last season is just thrown out the window for the sake of the status quo. Yay!
Yeah.
Anyway, next episode. Episode 2 of season 3, Worlds Apart.
Where we get to meet a family member of Christella.
Her twin sister, Gisela.
Mm-hmm.
this is tied into the to a pair of creatures known as Avena and Nevena, and two sisters that were originally part of the overworld tribe, but were separated at birth.
Yeah.
Earth. Nevena being an underworlder, and Avena being an overworlder. And as if it was a case of symbolism, Gisella and Christella fight with those very same creatures. What a shock!
There's a shocker.
Eee! Also, unlike her bitch of a sister, Gisela is actually a personable old gal.
Thank God.
And bonus points per. An extra bonus points to an extra two charisma bonus points to her. She's blonde. Nice.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Not saying it's a bad thing. It's just figured.
Anyway, but
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a harmless filler episode, and unfortunately, we don't see Gisela again after it. It's sadly.
Yeah.
It's a real shame.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a real shame.
Oh well.
Also, one must wonder where the hell Christella and Clay were during the events of Marillion Invasion, but hey, what do I know?
Do we
I mean, yes, they did appear, but they never were shown to be aiding the Marillions in any way, even though that's something they would do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, do we really care where they were during the whole thing?
Not really.
Didn't think so.
All right, so let's go to another episode, which is both filler, yet it's not. The episode is Kickin' Bot. Get it?
Yeah.
You're not clever, series.
Anyway, the episode basically features a story about how a new version of Iron Pillar is created via a upgraded version of the Gigan Trooper. So the thing is, the underworld adventurer Olmar decided to try and prove them by giving each of them a piece of his brain. As you can probably guess, this was a horrible idea.
Yep.
Yeah, it really is.
As a result, they basically go on a rampage and try and conquer the underworld.
Yep.
Whoops.
Not really much to it. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a two-parter.
Yeah, we are our first two-parter for this.
Our only two-parter for the season, and sadly the last one of the series.
Yeah, unfortunately. And it features the worst Codemaster of the bunch.
Oh God. This guy, Hotep.
Yes. It's time to talk about Codemaster Hotek. Now, here's the thing. Unlike Imthor or Krellin, and Hotek is a pompous asshole who is high and mighty and is in no way, shape, or form personable.
Oh, not in the slightest.
Even and basically calling Tom's win against him dumb luck.
When no, this is a case of Tom actually actively employing skill to earn a win.
By the way, the voice for that asshole Scott, wow. And guys, in TMNT 2003,
Huh?
Isn't that Shredder?
that's Shredder.
Yeah, I have.
No, that's not
Yes.
Shredder.
Okay, here's the thing.
No,
Here's
no,
the
yeah.
thing. At times, Scotty Ray would actually go under that is actually Scott's. So here's the thing. Scott Rayow is his actual name. He's often credited as Scotty Ray.
Right.
Oh, so it's a pseudonym.
And also,
Mhm.
and
What's a stage name or something? But yeah,
in
yeah,
GX,
something else. That's Zane.
that's,
Yep.
yeah.
Anyway,
Wow.
Anyway,
But yeah.
but the main thing is that Hotek gives Tom a new skin as a result of winning. And before you ask, no, Tom will not defeat all the Codemasters. First, since Hotek is the last one that appears. Isn't that
yeah.
great?
Sadly,
Oh, no.
yeah.
Oh, wait. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, but wait, let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find the music that was used in that certain location.
You mean, Dranka's Threshold?
Yeah, Dranica's Threshold.
Let me check. Actually, there's no music for it.
No. There was special music that was played. Hang on. Let me check. Heck, since we still have the episodes.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Enigmatic A-Tomb, that's what it was.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Medic Etude. Yeah.
So the thing is Granicus Threshold is a place that everyone has, but the thing is that during the match, Hotek plays the music Enigmatic A-Tune, which does nothing. But in fact, that's not necessarily true. Because the thing is, it's actually a clue, because the thing is that Enigmatic 8 is the key to unlocking the little trick of Dranicus Threshold. Mainly, it's a time portal.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm gonna hit it.
Time travel is bullshit.
Thank you. But yeah. Now let's talk about thus the group basically arrive at ancient Param and meet a creature who goes by the name Kiru.
Yes.
As in the very Kiru that founded Kiru City.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the interesting part about him. He's an underworlder.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Now you might think, this is such an interesting and fascinating plot point. Surely they'll follow up on it in the next episode. No, they don't.
Yeah, they sadly don't.
It's not until... Oh, no, wait, hold on. Wait, it's certain... Wait, hold on. Okay, that's strange.
What
What?
is?
Okay, so I decided to try and... Okay, so... Let me check here. Oh, oh, that's bullshit!
What?
What?
Get it. Wait, hold on. Oh my god. We're missing an episode!
Whoops.
Oh? Which episode are we missing?
We never saw... We never saw the follow-up to... Up to Hote Hex Challenge. Yesterday's Heroes.
Yesterday's Heroes.
Okay.
Whoops.
You know what? I do not believe in doing incomplete reviews. Use. KR, jump cut this bitch.
Chaos control! Chaos control!
Okay. Apologies for that, folks. For some reason, either I deleted it from the list of episodes that I downloaded from the torrent, or for some reason the torrent didn't have that one episode. But we've watched it, so now we're all caught up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah. Also, for some reason when we didn't have it before, and also, for some reason, and on the, let me just check this here. Okay, no, wait, there, right order. Okay, all right. So episode, what is it?
6 of season 3.
6 of season 3. Yesterday's Heroes. So Tom is a little bit bummed out to find out that Kiru is in fact Kaor's ancestor, not Maxor's. So naturally, he's curious. Yes, who the hell? Oh, Maxor's ancestor is. Spoilers! He is not pleased with what he finds. Enter Vlar.
And he has good reason for his displeasure.
Vlar is an absolute scumbag and thief.
Mm-hmm.
Eve. In fact, in this episode, when Tom meets him, he basically forces Tom to be his confidant when he steals a bunch of crystals from the mine from the slave mines of an underworld known as Call.
Who at the moment Kiru is trying to negotiate with so as to free his citizens, so as to free the citizens of Kiru City that have been imprisoned by him. Naturally, these negotiations are very much not going well as a result of Vlar being caught by one of Kiru's commander, by one of Kiru's soldiers, and who after he was buried under a pile of rubble after being shot at by an item that Vlar finds while thieving in those mines. That soldier reports to Call, worsening the negotiations between the two.
To the point where
Kiru basically has to catch Vlar and return the shards that he stole. Otherwise, Call will return and for to make all of the overworlders his prisoners.
Yeah, not just the overworlders who live in
Also,
Kiru
in the
City.
same episode, we discover that Tom actually, that the reason that apparently Tom had met Nadjarin in the past.
A younger Nadjarin, yes.
Which is actually somewhat what explains why he was willing to even give Tom a chance.
Yeah.
Of course, there is another reason why he likely iced out Tom earlier on, but we'll get to that.
We'll get there.
Yes. We will.
Now move on to, oh boy, one of the most infuriating episodes of the season, Loser's Circle.
Oh boy.
So, in this episode, Kaz decides that he wants to basically get payback on every person who has wronged him using the souped-up powers of the past creatures of Param. Now, the thing is, this is a bad idea, but believe it or not, what happens later is not his fault.
Kaz is very much not to blame for what ends up happening in this episode.
So, it all builds up to Kaz using a scan of a creature known as Dragon. And then it comes across a character known as Sam Shady, who, for those who are eagle-eyed, will remember, hey, this is the first person that Tom fought on and Welcome to Chaotic. You're absolutely right.
Also, really?
Yeah, really? You really make an Eminem reference in a show that doesn't necessarily fit that reference? That not only that, you make a reference that your viewer base will very much not get, considering the demographic you're marketing the show to. You're targeting when it comes to the show itself.
Anywho. So. But yeah, Kaz fights Sam Shady, who, strangely enough, has a dragon scan. And Kaz is completely baffled by this, and then we get what is probably one of the most stupid and convoluted retcons I've ever heard of. Oh, and also at the same time, Sarah and Peyton are and meet the ancient Mepedians and witness them battling the Danian for the first time in Mount Pillar. But essentially, what happens is Sam claims that he just happened to follow Tom and the others to Drenicus threshold when they first found out about how the time travel ability happened to have been watching them do so, and also happened to properly memorize the pattern to activate the time portal. Wow! Wow! Oh, I did not think you could pull something out of your ass that much without bleeding.
Yeah. To those of you who are questioning why DL refers to this as the retcon, in the episode where the cast ended up going to Dranicus threshold, Sam wasn't there. He visibly wasn't there.
And the worst part is
It was just Tom and the crew.
And the worst part is Sam is a completely nothing character. This would have made more sense if it was Clay or Christella who pulled this crap. But no, they go to some one-off character who's only appeared once before this.
Yeah, that you just never bothered to actually properly appear so as to set this up and make this actually work.
It comes up as just a shock moment.
No, that's not how you write a moment like this.
And the worst part is because of Sam blabbing this out during the match, he reveals the secret of Drenicus threshold to everybody.
Which which very much
Oh.
makes Kaz and Tom out to be the bad guy, to be belligerent in this.
No,
to
no,
be
no, no,
belligerent in this.
well, here's the thing. It's not even their fault because even if Kaz hadn't battled old Sam, he would have revealed it eventually.
He would have, yes. It's just Sam expedited that reveal to the detriment of Tom and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, what an absolute fucking massive ass pull. Like, again, why wasn't this job given to Clay or Christella? This isn't their wheelhouse.
Yeah, this very much is.
You know what's sad? The last time they appeared was in the second episode of the season.
Like,
Wow.
and mind you, these are important characters. It's like we
hate them, but this would have made more sense for their characters.
Yeah. Also, as I was saying, you don't just suddenly forget about characters important as these. Like, This is why the good episode. This is why the season as a whole is frustrating. The bad episodes far outweigh the good to the point that you can only count them on one hand.
Now thankfully we have the follow-up episode, A Gigantic Mission. And this is where we actually follow up on the events and of yesterday's heroes.
Yeah.
Essentially what we find out that the music that they were willing to trade call for the prisoners for is in fact in Gigantopolis. Yeah, remember that place? That's back. What they need to do. However, the thing is, they capture Vlar so they can basically help him navigate through the temple because they know that he's been there before. Or Tom and Kaz come along for the adventure, and eventually what happens is that Vlar basically finally has a change of heart and decides to actually be nice. Now, to be fair, we did somewhat see echoes of that when he basically returned Tom's scanner after he stole the crystals and completed the heist, saying him to him out.
Legendary Hero.
In yesterday's Heroes.
Yeah, in yesterday's Heroes, yeah.
Basically saying to Tom, I might be a thief, but I'm not a liar.
Yeah.
And essentially, the reason that Vlar basically is so angry at the Overlord is because he was always treated as an outcast.
Sadly, yeah.
Proven that even back then, H. Imperium wasn't perfect.
Exactly.
It was a, I guess you could say it was a dog-eat-dog world, I guess?
Kind of, sort of, yeah. Essentially what happens is... and that afterwards, even after so Vlar basically earns the team respect when he eventually saves the group from the giants. And however, the thing is, even after they obtain the music for Call, he does not keep his word. Thus, Kira vows to challenge him with all of his fire warriors, thus finally cementing that he is Kaor's ancestor. And thus, with a new look on life, Vlar returns to Kira's city, and declares that he will basically build a new city to prevent what happened with Call from occurring again.
Yeah.
Thus proving that he is in fact Maxlor's ancestor. and not a complete fucking dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This all comes to a head in episode
9.
9.
of season 3. Threshold of Destruction. And now the thing is, this actually also follows up on events from yesterday's Heroes as well, as we also see young Nadrin yet again. And after the events of Loser Circle, all the chaotic players have finally discovered the secret of Dranicus Threshold, which also includes Christella and Clay. And when they basically go to Nadrin for help, well, young Nadrin for help. He is not happy and almost tries to attack Tom and the others.
Yeah.
And when we're wondering, dude, what the fuck? Weren't they on good terms? Yes, they were. But we learn from Nadrin in the present, there was another reason for why he was so, well, cold towards Tom in the when they first met.
Yeah.
Nadrin had an assistant called Afjack. We actually did see him in yesterday's Hero, so hey, good continuity there. And essentially, Afjack slowly became jealous of his connection with Tom's connection with Nadrin, and he also was wanting to go to Dranic's Threshold to fully unlock its secrets. But unfortunately, he screwed up. And the worst part is that Afjack was not just his apprentice. He was also his son.
Yeah. Which you can easily find out considering the fact that they share skin color. Granted, Afjack is a lighter shade than Nadrin, but that's besides the point.
And unfortunately, the worst part is Afjack screws up the ritual to use Dranicus Threshold, and thus he's trapped in limbo.
Yeah.
And Nadrin never saw him again. Now, here's where, honestly, things get frustrating, because there was an honest-to-goodness way that they could have started raising the stakes much like they did in Marillion Invasion. And granted, yes, we only have a grand total of 3 episodes left, but here's the deal. We learn what exactly happened to Lord Von Blut after the events of Marillion Invasion. And to say that he got down on his luck would be a fucking understatement.
It really would. It really would.
After the Marillions basically fled, Von Blut tried to basically flee and make it back home, but well, Terra was waiting for him, and ambushed him at Gotho's tower, forcing Von Blut to flee. And as a result, he is now slave to the Marillions. Yes, a mining slave at that.
Yep. Yeah.
Thus, Clay and Christella come up with an idea to not only be dicks, but also ensure that only they can use Dranicus Threshold. They go to Von Blut, tell him about the portal Dranicus Threshold, and suggest that he can use it to conquer Param in the past.
Yeah.
Von Blut agrees. Now,
an idiot.
Unfortunately, the whole thing with past Param is sadly dropped after this episode, due to the fact that Nadrin has no choice but to destroy Dranicus Threshold to ensure Von Blut cannot use it for evil.
Yeah.
And thus also ensuring that fearing that he will never be able to find out whatever happened to Afjack.
Yeah.
It is a very much bittersweet episode, not only in the story sense, but in terms of the ongoing story for the season. Because after her words, the next two episodes are filler and are not connected to anything when it comes to the series.
Yeah.
Now we come to probably the third worst episode of the series, a Platonic Adventure.
Oh, God.
Oh boy.
This is bad, really, really bad.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly, it's basically a spy movie combined with a chaotic episode, and it is like fucking oil and water. And the worst part is, in the show, Peyton and the villain of the episode do not fight in a fucking normal chaotic match. They play with the fucking card game.
Yeah, it was this episode. Yeah, they played the card game, which at no point in the series up to this moment was ever promoted, making this come out of left field.
Now, granted, the card game was a thing in Chaotic. We knew this. But we never saw them fully play the game because, well, playing in Chaotic was more interesting!
And not only that, also that said bad guy was using counterfeit cards.
Oh, and also, it's later revealed this is a fucking fanfiction story for a contest Peyton planned to enter.
Oh my god.
Which as much as I enjoy that, this doesn't work as a framing device.
No.
At all.
This is just fucking stupid. It comes off as, let's throw something at the board and see what's at. Let's throw a dart at the writing board and see what sticks.
Sadly, yes.
Let's see, where is it?
Anyway, now move on to the last filler episode and the penultimate episode of the season as well as the series. Elementary. In this episode, we learn about four elemental masters who are known as the servants of the elements. Hence, there is Nam, who is the servant of Earth and is a Danian. And there is, of course, Siren, a fire elemental who is a servant of fire, who is also an underworlder, who also has a wicked as fuck design. Let me quickly show this to you guys, cause yeah, this guy looks fucking badass as shit. Yeah, let me just find the image. There you are. Look at this bastard!
Oh, yeah. You know what he almost looks like?
What?
Like an ultimate heat blast.
Kind of.
Yeah, kind of. Now,
hold on. I'm not quite done. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have Sylve, who is the servant of wind and is also a Mepedian. And then we have the one that's honestly almost they had to actually change the card game that 4Kids had to change the card game design when they brought it onto animation.
Yeah.
That being Unda, the servant of water, who is almost naked.
Yeah.
To the point that she has fucking starfish. It's covering her nipples.
Yeah.
Now, where have I seen this before? Oh, hi, Harpy ladies.
Yeah. Now, you might be wondering, why is this important?
Oh, it technically isn't.
Yeah.
This is more just a case of a character relaying backstory to the main cast near the end of the series.
Well. Basically, the whole point is that that Sarah Payne
Sarah Payton
and Tom basically want to get at the servants so they can basically fight to determine who is the strongest of the elementals, of the servants and of the elements, and Tom ends up winning.
Because he was in his
is a great
element.
episode because it furthers the theme of the season. As short as it is, it does very much provide the viewers with quite a bit of lore on Param, despite as little as it may be important, despite how little its importance is in the long run due to how short this season is, and it was the last season. It's still a good theme to use because one of the most important elements of world building is lore.
Yeah. And thus we come to the final episode of the series, Son of the Spirit Lands.
Oh,
This is honestly a really good series finale because it does follow up on events from season 2. Remember when we talked to you about the fate of Tanga Toborn? Yeah, we're finally following up on that shit. It all starts with a creature known as Batog, who is also a spirit, and due to that, Batog cannot be harmed by normal means.
Yeah.
He is going to basically. He said that he will destroy all of Param unless Maxlor can bring him one certain creature, Tangus Tobor, who, mind you, is still frozen thanks to the Song of Stasis music.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now we also get
now, okay. Now the thing is, we learn. Then the thing is, we learn that Batog and Tangus Toborn are bitter rivals. In fact, the only way that Tangus was able to finally defeat him was when he destroyed Batog's Talazar.
Basically, think of it like their anchor to the
It's their anchor to the world of the living.
Exactly. If it's destroyed, that back to the spirit world they go.
And the thing is, Maxor is basically braced with an impossible choice here. Tangus has been heralded as a hero of Param. Here's the thing you need to realize, the squad that he fought with are still, to this day, at Glacier Plains, still trying to find some way to free him.
Yeah, because of how lauded as a hero he is for his noble sacrifice to stop the Marillion invasion.
Now, granted, yes, Maxor or Kaor and Iparu are the ones who did in fact defeat Ani. But the fact of the matter is, if it wasn't for Tangus, all of Param would have been flooded with water.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Tangus, if it wasn't for Tangus, they wouldn't. If it wasn't for Tangus sacrificing himself, that was the key to them defeating Ani and quelling the Marillion invasion.
And thus, Maxor or makes probably the the toughest decision he ever has to make. He chooses to destroy the sword of Hayat, that's Tanget's Talazar, in order to ensure that Tanget's spirit can be freed from Glacier Plains.
However,
Due
to the fact, however,
and unfortunately, here here's something you need to realize: when someone is sent to the spirit world, there is no going back. You cannot revive them.
Yeah.
They are in the spirit world for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now,
the thing is, the final battle takes place in Runic Grove, a location that's already been mentioned in using Chaotic in the past. But essentially, Tangus uses that location in order to his advantage, harnessing the power of Runic Grove itself to finally defeat Batog.
And with that,
but unfortunately, he uses all of his strength to do so, and with that, he now merges with the tree itself.
Ending the series.
Maxor, with a heavy, he hard bids goodbye to his friend and regrets his decision, but Tangus ensures him that he made the right one. And thus a funeral is held for him at Glacier Plains, and everyone is there. Here, Overworlders, Underworlders, Danians, Mepedians, even players from Chaotic are there. All are there to respect and honor the memory of Tangus. And that's how it ends.
Now, two things before we wrap things up.
Well, one thing I want to actually talk about is something else here. That I know people are curious about. And that is this: was there ever any other merchandise besides the card game? Yes and no. Oh, yes, there was some merchandise for the card game, but unfortunately, it wasn't very good.
Yeah.
All right. It's time. I've been dreading us getting to this, but we have no choice.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That being?
Here we go.
It's time to talk about the minifigures.
Yeah, these things.
Yeah.
Hold on. I should grab a list to basically list off all of the characters here. Let's see here.
Yeah. Given minifigures.
Yeah. Chaotic.
Chaotic mini plot.
Hold on. No. Let's see here. Aha! There we are. All right. All right. All right. So let's start. So we're gonna go over these by threes, and then the final two. Okay, now let me grab the image here. There you are. Okay, people, brace yourself.
Here we go.
Okay, let me quickly zoom in on these things. Okay, so the figures were as follows. We have Atacat, Maxor, Lord Von Blute, and I actually do have the names up for the others, so I know who. Oh, who else is here? Let's see here. We have Atropole, who is an underworlder. We have Kaor, or Velf. We have zoom in a little bit for our folks here. Atropole, Kaor, Velfor, and then we have the final two. And I will say, hey, I give credit to let me see here. Let me double check real quick something on my end.
Base, yeah. The company that
No.
made
Aha! Okay, that's. Wait, hold on. That's weird.
What is?
Okay, so they label one of the figures as Colmo, but that's not Colmo. The one that's invisible. That's
Oh.
clearly a Danian.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oops.
And the worst part is, I would have given them credit if it actually was a Mapedian because, hey, translucent. And that's the reference to invisibility. That's a cool trick, except they didn't get that right. Right, that's not even the right creature. Oops.
Yeah.
You had one job. Just the one.
Just the one.
Oh, and also we have
Now-
Ibian is the last mini figure. And as you can see, these figures are not well detailed.
No.
Nope.
Why? They're just normal, ordinary. Oh!
Exactly.
Like, honestly, the only one that I think looks good is Kaor. But even he's missing paint details.
Especially,
Mhm.
I mean, especially the jewel on his belt.
The jewel on his belt, the spikes on his gauntlets.
If somehow Zoltrax were to, I don't know, find Kaor, he's definitely gonna give him one hell of a makeover.
Yeah, and to be fair, the cool thing is these are all referencing the card art that they're in the card art for these figures. Which, hey, you know what? That's actually pretty cool. But the detail for these are absolutely dreadful. Oh,
Yeah.
I only had Kaor and Atropol back in the day since I thought these are the only two good-looking ones.
But
And
Even Velfor
Okay.
is missing paint decals.
yeah.
wow.
Also, and two
Okay,
more things.
so let's
Before
also talk about now it's something else. Mainly the reason why it is that the series ended.
So, as of recent, I've learned that for whatever reason, at the time that the show was being produced, 4Kids was handling both the card game in its digital in both it was being released and the show itself. And by the time the show had finished, the reason that it had ended was because 4Kids was going in a different direction as a programming block. Which I can understand. You don't necessarily want to keep a show like this going for too long so as to run the risk of seasonal rot. Even if even if there's potential for more story to be told, you can't really do anything after the final episode. However,
This is where we have to mention and something else when it comes to the future of Chaotic.
yes. The creator of the card game, the localizer for the card game, Brian C. Gannon, has been actively trying to revive the game for the past few years after the rights have since defaulted back to him for a modern audience through the company Epic Story Media. Which
Sent a butt.
sadly, as far as we know, no progress has been made on that front.
We know he still wants it, and here's the thing: it won't just be a reboot; it'll be an outright continuation of the series.
Yeah, with likely as many voice actors that he could possibly as the company could possibly get back to voice these characters. And honestly, this is very promising because the current era of television and animation production is undergoing a great wave of like an injection of new mediums that through the instance of both through the use of both indie animation and streaming, because there is no way in hell that this show would air on a cable network anymore, due to the fact that that in the years since it's ended, Saturday morning cartoons as a concept has ceased to exist.
Which is unfortunate, but it is true.
Yeah.
True.
No, and part of the reason that this could work on a streaming service is because there are 3 different streaming services that this show is available for you to use to watch this show, aside from the official YouTube channel.
Which I will tell you, people, right, though, warning when it comes to Peacock, they only have the first 2 seasons.
Amazon Prime Video and Tubi, though warning when it comes to the Tubi versions of the episodes. For whatever reason, they're only in Spanish rather than English.
I wasn't expecting that kind of Spanish Inquisition.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
But overall...
Oh, okay. Hold on. Now, let me quickly bring up one last image when it comes to... All right, where are you? Okay, but now that we've gone over... Okay, now, here's the thing. There is also an unofficial way of basically reliving... reliving Chaotic when it comes to the card game, if you basically do not have access, if you basically want to.
Don't have access, if you want to and don't have access to the physical card game.
Okay, let me quickly, come on, where are you? You son of a... Okay. Where is it? Hang on. There we go. Okay. But yeah, if you want to, there is the subsite Chaotic Recoded. It basically, they think of it like Yu-Gi-Oh, your Omega. It's unofficial technically, but it has access to every card game, and it involves, and it can use any format of the card game you want.
Yeah, every card in the game, yeah.
And of course, you can use any format you want for the card game.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's give our final verdict regarding Chaotic.
Now,
I will say this: it's not as good as I remembered it from childhood, but I will not say it is bad by any stretch of the imagination. Again, I still feel the second season is probably the best that the series has, because there are raised stakes. You have alliances being created for both sides, and there's a real feeling of escalation and stakes when it comes to the whole thing. It's just really, really good. Honestly, in my opinion, if you want to stop watching Chaotic after season 2, I feel it's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Considering that show drop in quality that season 3 has, yeah. Anyway.
Overall, I give Chaotic a solid B+.
Yeah. Same.
But now that we've finished,
it really isn't for everyone. But
it really isn't for everyone. But if you're a fan of simpler stuff when it comes to your television shows, Chaotic will do it for you. If you're looking for something different when it comes to classic card game animes and such, again, Chaotic will do it for you. I still feel that the idea of turning into the very creature that you control is a fascinating concept. Yeah, it's really fucking cool, especially when they employ it later on for cooler things, such as using it to remember memories that the creature has and such like that.
Yeah, especially through the through the use of what is effectively virtual reality.
True for
It was
Transform?
effectively God damn it!
Walked right into that.
You walked right into that one, asshole.
Yes, I did. I will admit that. Still, yeah, this is a very good. This is a very fun series. A nice breath of fresh air to the when it comes to card game stories outside of that are outside of anime. Because, well, yes, seasons 2 and 3 have an anime feel to them.
They are still considered Western animation.
Yeah.
They don't have the like.
They don't have a Japanese, and he's dub, and they were basically first aired in America.
Yeah, first produced and aired in America. Yeah.
So yeah.
And honestly, if you ask me, I would love to see Chaotic come back. I'd love to try and see all of this fully fulfilled and such like that. I want to see the Code Masters. I want to see all the different sections of Param and such like that.
Agreed.
Like that.
And how and maybe even see more like undiscovered creatures.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And hell, even some like I don't know, new music.
Yes, which by the way, one thing we have to give credit to one thing I almost forgot when it comes to the series is sound design when it comes to the music.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
the cool thing is every bit of music plays a different kind of song to it. It's short, but it's distinct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's distinct. It makes the music not become stale as a magic system.
I really like how every bit of music you not only get curious about finding out what it does, but more importantly, what sound does it make?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, it honestly makes the music one of the most interesting parts of Chaotic.
One of the most interesting elements of the show.
Yeah. But yeah, a solid B plus when it comes to this series. Is it perfect? No.
No.
But it is very well done.
Oh yeah.
Now, like DL mentioned, time for us to go over the future of this channel as it is as under its current name.
Yes. Let's start off with another segment that we haven't done yet, the rundown riffs. Now, here's the thing. When we basically were talking about restructuring, I looked back at our old riffables, old stuff, and I realized that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the fact that we did our own little version of how RVT used to do the Toku riffs live, and I enjoyed the idea that we had a nice hodgepodge of different Rentokus and such plastered in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which from
from Japan and
from various different franchises from both.
Wait. So what we're going to be doing going forward is we're going to have 4 different categories when it comes to Toku. On the rundown riffs. Which, thinking about, maybe we should have included Toku as part of it, but we wanted to distinguish ourselves from the roundup, but that's beside the point. Anyway, so criteria will be as follows. There is, of course, a Maritoku. This can include things like Power Rangers, or as we're going to be starting off, Dragon Knight. And Knight, if any of you ask us to review Teenage Alien Fighters from Beverly Hills, you will be ignored.
We'll kill you. Yeah.
Or Los Luchadores.
Yeah. We're going to look at good Amaritoku, not shit Amaritoku.
Okay. Legit asking, what about Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad?
That counts as Amaritoku.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So, in addition to that, we will have the category of writer, which can include Now, the thing is, I want to look at more older stuff, not newer content. And that can be something we save for the Media Tavern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
like ones of
this is where we can look at things like Double, Pull, Kiva, such like that.
Yeah.
Maybe even some Showa stuff.
Ooh, there you go. That's an interesting idea. Yeah,
You mean
yeah,
like Black
See
or
if
X?
things hold up, or
Thanks. Yeah, that's a
or
good
just
idea.
like enjoy just how cheesy the effects have aged.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
And
would-
also
yeah,
see the stories layered within.
yeah. Anyway, then there's also, of course, Super Sentai. Again, it's not going to be newer stuff, but more older stuff, like, of course, Gokaiger, Shinkenger, and as KR said, maybe even Showa Sentai. You know what Showa Sentai I would love to look at and on this channel, on a section?
Live Man?
Not just Live Man, but Bioman.
Oh,
The series that a certain someone would try to acquire the rights to make Power Rangers.
It was the initial first choice for a certain someone that we don't necessarily like to look at it, like to mention in a good light anymore. Now that given what we've found out about him, tried to adapt at first.
Yeah. Now then, and now for the final category, and this is miscellaneous. This can fall into the category. This is basically where stuff like Dogengers and Akiba Ranger are gonna go. Oh,
Yeah.
Basically, though this is technically Rider, anything goes.
Yeah. though I'm going to say people right off the bat, we're likely going to basically be going through Akiba Ranger and then go through the other seasons of Dogengers. Because, oh boy, Dogengers has gotten a lot of fucking seasons ever since the last time we looked at it.
Yeah. How many seasons does it have now?
5, 6?
4 with an upcoming 5th yet to premiere.
Jesus.
This series did something that was previously unthinkable. Be longer or outlive Akiba Ranger in terms of a wacky series because as people are coming to find out as a result of this series, Local Hero is a fun concept to tackle for series.
Yes.
Especially when there's a whole sea of them.
Yes.
Be a fan made to produce.
Yeah. But yeah, that's going to be how Rundown Riffs go. And basically what we're going to do is once we have finished up a show on the Rundown Riffs, we'll basically do a review rodeo episode where we go over the series itself.
Yeah.
So, that's how we're going to basically be doing things going in the future.
Uh-huh. Now, as we've alluded to in the past, Media Taverns will
Hold on. Okay. All right. Next we have the TGCO film reels. This will be a replacement for TTR at the movies.
Yeah.
At
And
least.
we've already recorded, and as you'll find out soon, we've already recorded 2 videos for that segment ahead of time.
Yeah.
Yep.
which it has been fun to do some of these things on the spot. We did the first two as celebrations, but going forward, we're going to basically try and mix things up when it comes to what we look at.
Oh yeah.
Because as a result of us moving away from one genre as a means of unintentionally restricting ourselves, we've come to find out that just making videos whenever we can on the spot about movies has proven to be very fun.
Oh yeah.
Now then, let's also talk about another segment, the Duel Saloon. Yes, that's coming back in full force. And as you can see, we've got a new title card for it.
A proper title card.
Title card!
Well,
As Denise would say it.
well, we already had a title card for it, but this one looks fancier.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, and as you can see, we've got a bit of a change up when it comes to what's included here. Here we have representatives we have representative ace monsters for each of those who play the game. We have my El Shadow construct representing me. We have Firewall Dragon and Dark Fluid representing Sentai. Trickstar, our
Holly Angel.
Holly Angel. Oh, Fly for the Sky Dragon for Flutter, of course.
Even if I rarely use the deck that card's in, but that's neither here nor there.
It's what you chose.
Yeah.
It is, I will agree.
And we used the fancy second art and newer art for that thing.
Yeah.
And finally, we have Golden Lord Eldritch.
Golden
Yeah.
Representing ZM. Now,
Yeah,
now, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that ZM's fully becoming enjoying the game, but for those who have played Master Duel for a while, you should know why I fucking hate Eldritch.
Deal. Here's the thing. I'm right there with you. Because I hate that thing myself.
Anywho.
Anyway.
Now, speaking of games...
Yes, now we have the gaming frontier. This is going to replace Chronicle. Now, let me make this clear here, folks. Chronicle is not technically going away, but we are basically going to be absorbing it into the main channel.
So as to not provide confusion, so as to not create confusion as to which channel you should go to for content.
Yeah, we're going to have it all under one umbrella now. And the thing is this can be anything related to gaming content. Cards Against Humanity, any gaming frontier. Here, SRW30, gaming frontier. Here.
Yeah.
And one thing we want to do going forward is we want to do a lot more competitive games. Games
that allow for fun community nights. So as to make this server a much more active and thriving community. Because throughout our talks with Crunch as he was presenting us with this idea, we've come to realize that he's mainly he mainly suggested this so as to properly make this server a community for people to interact with other people in. Yeah. Not just a server revolving around a channel that makes videos.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll likely be including some more multiplayer games, not just in terms of competitiveness, but also for co-op. This can include things such as Castle Crasher, yours, Fall Guys, Among Us, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah.
And or in the words of Lord Farquaad, and so on and so forth. But yeah. Yeah. Next, let's talk about how we handle the birthday rippables going up, or as we call them, the birthday hootenannies. So,
as you might have noticed, when it comes to we've effectively decided to make these more concise and do away with having these include episodes, because we've realized that it's becoming a sort of a hassle to look for the episodes of the series in question, and we'd rather prefer to actually look at proper series on the Media Tavern instead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Basically, it's a case of, hey, so when it comes to the birthday rippables, they have to pick a movie.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like for example, like for ZM, for example, he picked the first live-action TMNT movie.
Yeah, when he was a podcaster, yes, but still.
But yeah.
Yeah. And finally, as we've been consistently alluding...
Yes. Let me just quickly check the slides real quick to see if
if you've included it or not.
Yes, I have.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Let's
So,
talk
yeah,
about a
as
new
we've been
segment
alluding
known as the Media Tavern.
Now,
Which Flutter, can you grab the song for that thing?
Yes, because we're going to be revealing it.
Yes. Okay, so what is the Media Tavern? You might be asking. Basically, these are watch parties, essentially. Now, let me make this clear here. Unlike the drive-in theater, these will not be recorded. We will be taking notes and such while we are watching in the episodes, but we will not be recording them because what we'll be doing is we'll be covering a whole show on the tavern, and then basically do a full overview of it over on the Review Rodeo.
Kind of like
Yeah.
what we did. Kind of like what we did
With
Kind
Chaos.
of like what we just did. Yeah.
Only we did that privately.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
But still counts. It still counts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now we thought long and hard about what we want our first Media Tavern episode to be, and well, I have been curious to see this myself after seeing it in action often on a SRW 30, and the episode is available legally on YouTube, and the episodes are available legally on YouTube, so
through the TMS, through the YouTube channel for TMS. So and these are on the dub.
So fuck it. Let's see. Let's get magical. Yes, people. Magic Knight Ray Earth.
Our first mecha series.
Mecha Magical Girl, if you please.
Yes.
Which let me quickly move these assholes out of. Let me move these assholes out of the way so you can properly see the
image
and the logo.
The logo. The logo for the segment.
There we go. Ta-da!
Now, and part of the reason why we chose Ray Earth as well also has to deal with the little surprise the deals had for a while as part of this.
Now, full disclosure, this surprise in question was procured long before we decided on the rebrand. So it still refers to us as the Toku Roundup, but I went through massive fucking hoops to get this for us, and I hope you fucking people appreciate it. I'm not referring to you, I'm referring to our viewers.
Of course.
But we'll be showing that when the time comes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's best to show that off in the server, mainly in the server.
Yes. So if you want to find out what that is, people, you should probably come join our server. Remember, if you aren't already, hint, nudge, nudge.
I don't just post the link in the server in the descriptions of these videos. Just DL nor I don't just post the link as part of the descriptions of these videos just to post them. That's also for the sake of networking.
Yes. Yes. Now, one might be asked. Now, the thing is, these Media Tower posters are more meant for promotion than anything else. It's just to let you guys know, hey, this is happening.
Yeah.
Now,
Rather
one
than just
one might be asking, Now, one might ask a simple question when it comes to the Media Tavern. When are we gonna be showing Ray Earth? Well, right now we plan to show it on Wednesday this week. At I'd say 4:30 maybe.
Yeah, 1:30 works. 1:30 Mayan Sentai time works. So, and the reason we chose that day in particular was so as to not conflict with watch parties that go on in RVT, so as to make sure that that anyone who wants to participate in these watch parties can. Let me make this clear. Much like the drive-in theater, you are not obligated to join if you don't desire. This is entirely optional. This is just something we just want to do for fun and to watch things on our channel or on our server. So as to have fun as a community.
Mm-hmm.
But now then, it is time to discuss one of our first big undertakings when it comes to the channel. Because we have been planning this for a while, even before the rebranding, but we're finally gonna fucking do it. Ladies and gentlemen, starting next. Oh, God damn it! I messed up with the slideshow.
Whoops.
You got it.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, starting in next month, we will not be celebrating the 4th of July, but
rather
the Schwartz of July. The Schwartz of July.
And so as to preview this month, we will be looking at another film starring Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, okay. So let's explain what Schwartz of July is for those who don't really get it. Basically, we are going to be spending the entire month of January, each week.
January.
July.
I'm sorry.
July.
It's late. You'll forget.
I know.
It's late, and we've been at this for almost 6 hours.
Yeah, we have. Holy fuck. Anyway, but so basically, we're going to be spending each week in July looking at a film featuring Mr. Schwarzenegger's career. We will start things off we will prelude to this by looking at Total Recall.
The original, not the piece of shit reboot.
Of course.
Yes. Of course.
Afterwards, we will be looking at one of his lesser-known films, but people still remember this film in question. That being the film Commando.
Yes, the film where Arnold got to fight against the character played by Vernon Wells.
Yes, as in motherfucking Rancic.
Which was awesome.
Oh yeah.
And
he hams it up as much as he can.
Oh yes. Then after that, we're going to be looking at a film that isn't as well liked as others, but I still want to look at it regardless. It's the Arnold Schwarzenegger film known as The Last Action Hero.
Okay, it's less of it not being as well liked, but more so is it being underrated amongst his filmography because it leans heavily into the fact that he is an action star, which while yes can be a thing that turns people off from the concept of the film itself, but I more feel as it being a case of Arnold being self-deprecating.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but that's what's going to be the second film of the 4th of July. After that, we'll be looking at the film that did the same thing, but actually people considered it to be done better. That being the film True Lies.
Oh.
The film where he starred alongside one of the most well-known scream queens in the history of horror, Laurie Strode herself,
Sigourney
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah.
God, the chemistry between those two is fantastic.
Then the penultimate hit movie of the month. All I'm going to say is Judgment Day is inevitable.
Yes.
Bum,
Yes.
ba-dum.
Yes. We've looked at the first film of the Terminator franchise. Now time to look at the sequel, which is one of the few cases where a sequel is received just as well, if not even better, than the first film.
This sequel is considered to be one of the greatest sequels, one of the greatest films of all time.
Yes.
Mhm.
It is that good, people. And then, last but not least, we end the month by looking at a film where Arnold tangles with one ugly motherfucker.
Yep.
Yes.
Predator, baby.
Predator film.
You son of a.
But yes, the original
we recommend that you watch these films. They'll turn you into a goddamn sexual tyrannosaur, but not like me.
Oh, Jesse Ventura.
Oh my God.
But yeah, I am very much looking forward to this. Now, to be fair, there are going to be a few other videos peppered in throughout July. One of the things we plan to look at in July, the first Fantastic Four film, to celebrate the release of First Steps.
And while we've said that we won't be necessarily looking at films to celebrate anniversaries as much as we used to going forward, there is one last film that we are doing so with to celebrate its 40th anniversary. The the iconic time travel film that proved that you can, in fact, build a time machine out of a DeLorean. Yes, the first Back to the Future film.
And I have
Great
quite the
Scott.
story to tell our audience when it comes to that.
Oh, yes, he does.
Because all I'm going to tell you, folks, if it wasn't for those films, I probably wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
And I mean that literally.
He'll go into detail once we get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna hammer out a proper schedule for our content soon. Keep watch over the server for that. But that's how it's going to be going forward. We do have other plans, but we're not going to spoil all of them for you. But just keep your eyes peeled. And you guys are going to get a shit ton of content. And soon. We don't know when we'll be released. At what rate we'll be releasing them all. But we've done a few recordings prior to this one.
We've done quite a few. We've made quite a few recordings in the past that we've yet to release as videos prior to this one.
Like so the backlog
under
of
the previous name.
Well, we'll work on that later.
Yeah.
But we have done at least 3 different Gaming Frontier episodes and 2 Film Reels episodes.
So yeah.
So yeah, we have been busy bees.
Yes, we have.
My God.
Damn it. Anyway, but
Welcome into that.
Set that up.
But yeah.
Anyway, but that's going to do it for our first review rodeo and our first official video here. As the Geek Frontier Outlaws.
The Geek Culture Outlaws.
Yeah, the Geek Culture Outlaws.
Give him a
It's late for he is.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But now it's time for the sign-off.
I have been your gauging outlaw, Flutter 98, saying, holster up, outlaws.
I've been your researching outlaw, Sentai Master 100, and remember, folks, I put the mad in mad science. Bye.
This has been your Wandering Outlaw KOR36. Wait a minute. Who changed my script?
I would tell him, but modesty forbids.
Damn.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
Anyway,
Yeah,
this has been
we
your
have
Wandering
fun.
Outlaw KR36 saying good night, everybody. But as always, be sure to start off your day with a simple thumbs up.
And I, of course, have been your Game Master Outlaw. Deal about 2016. Reminding you that there are no cheat codes in life, folks, but there are hints and tips. And today's tip is... I'm trying to think of something poignant for this, but it's escaping me at the moment. Don't try and get people killed for the sake of cards?
That'll work.
Yeah, that'll work. Considering
Yeah,
it's-
unlike another series, you won't be sent to the Shadow Realm.
No,
Or
you
vented.
definitely won't. No, you definitely will not be sent to the Shadow Realm or vented.
Or Sent Among the Stars. Oh God, GX. I may enjoy that dub. I may enjoy that dub for its hilarity, but that is one of the few things that I do not like.
Or just taken away and never seen again.
Yeah, that too. Anyway,
Maria.
But guys, they weren't killed. They were severely injured.
God
Just a
damn you for
scratch.
mentioning that bullshit aspect of Energon.
anyway.
But yeah. We hope you all have enjoyed the first video that we've done under our rebrand, and we hope that other people will continue to support us in the future. Have a good night, folks. Take care, and we will see you all next time. Bye!
Haters.